Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hmm. Okay. Okay, tech news. Tech news, tech news, tech news. Okay. First news. Amazon is annoyed at AI code that is seemingly causing lots of outages lately. And I'm saying that while today and yesterday Codex has been out and the Codex API on OpenAI has been heavily disturbed. I'm wondering how it is now, by the way. Yeah, so basically the entire yesterday and today, the API has been disturbed. There is still some stuff ongoing, right? So yeah, and just before launching, the YouTube analytics also was down, so I couldn't check my YouTube channel analytics. You know, is everything caused by AI code nowadays? I'm not sure, but that would be interesting and pretty funny in a way, right? It's like people are using AI coding, they are shipping more, but they're shipping more bugs too. So funny. Amazon's e-commerce business has summoned a large group of engineers to a meeting on Tuesday for a deep dive into a spate of outages, including incidents tied to the use of AI coding tools. The online retail giant said there had been a trend of incidents in recent months characterized by a high blast radius and Gen AI assisted changes, among other factors, according to a briefing note for the meeting seen by Financial Times. Wow. And the contributing factors, the note includes novel Gen AI usage for which best practices and safeguards are not yet fully established. Well, isn't it the same kind of safeguards as for regular code? I mean, I don't know. Folks, as you likely know, the availability of the site and related infrastructure has not been good recently, he told the employees. Amazon's website and shopping app went down for nearly 6 hours this month in an incident the company said involved an erroneous software code deployment. The outage left customers unable to complete transactions or access functions such as checking account details and product prices. Treadwell, a former Microsoft engineering executive, told employees that Amazon would focus this week in store tech meeting on a deep dive into some of the issues that got us here, as well as some short, immediate term initiatives the group hopes will limit future outages. He asked staff to attend the meeting, which is normally optional. Junior and mid-level engineers will now require more senior engineers to sign off any AI system changes. Wow. Amazon said the review of website availability was part of normal business and it aims for continual improvements. Twist is our regular weekly operation meeting with a specific group of retail technology leaders and teams where we review operational performance across our store. Separately, the company's cloud computing arm, AWS, has suffered at least 2 incidents linked to the use of AI coding assistants, which the company has been actively rolling out with staff. Mm. Yeah, so AI code, I guess, means now AI bugs too. It's funny. Other news. Wait a minute. That's not the article. Here it is. Meta has acquired Moldbook, the AI agent social network. The viral social network project was created with OpenClaw. How do we have an idea of the amount? No. The terms of the deal have not been disclosed. Yeah. I mean, look, I think this is a funny project. it's not very relevant in any way because like, you know, these agents are not sentient. They it's mostly the users behind the bots tell to tell the bots to go post there, like, this is not real. But and that's why I think it's a bit weird that Meta acquired it, but Zuck has weird takes on the world, I guess. So, well, that's a funny story. Good for the guy who created the website because he seemed to not be very psychologically stable last time I checked his Twitter. So, yeah, good for him, I guess. I'm not sure this is very good for Meta. I'm wondering how much of this is just like Meta being FOMO'd by the fact that OpenAI hired Peter Steinberger, and they were like, "Oh fuck, shit! We need to do something quick. We need to hire somebody related to Moldbook. Let's go. Let's hire this guy." uh, but Moldbook, like, well, I don't think it's actually that relevant, useful to people, right? Like, it's just. Hello Gab, how are you? Comment vas-tu? Je regarde Modebook. Modebook has been acquired by Meta. And I was saying that I'm not sure if this is actually very relevant. Good and you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm struggling to edit my long ass video that after the editing all the cuts and stuff is 4 hour long. So I'm not sure how am I going to deal with that. I might need to take a pause just to edit this fucking video because it's already 1 week old and I already have so many additions to put into this fucking video. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. It's too long. It's a social network relationship. What a strange word. Yes, I mean, yeah, for Moldbook, yeah. Moldbook, yeah. And I don't think it's, well, I don't think it's that impressive, like, or relevant, useful to it's not very useful to people to have Moldbook because, most people just send their bots, they say to their bots, go write a post there, that's all they do. But of course, once people start to count their tokens and the dollars, they're not going to ask their bots to do that, of course. I'm pretty sure that the traffic on this platform is probably down like crazy, right? But I guess it was just FOMO from Meta after seeing OpenAI hire Peter Steinberger, the creator of OpenClaw. They wanted some OpenClaw thing, so they just thought, let's buy Moldbook. Well, even though it's not, as relevant, I think, but yeah. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, for the video. What was the topic again? So many things happened. Yeah, it's basically a big deep dive into Codex. It's a big deep dive comparison between Codex, Gemini, the CLIs, all the CLIs. Codex, Gemini, Cloud Code, Open Code. Yeah, pure FOMO. Yeah, I think it's just pure FOMO. It's okay then. Yeah. Intemporel pour l'instant. Yeah, but like I already have to add like 3 features for Cloud Code. Bon, it's possible, right? But it's just more editing hours than given that I have 4 hours of footage to edit already. I'm trying to create some AI generated scaffolding that maybe I can change quickly, like some PowerPoint slides or whatever. I'm trying to find a way to make this digestible because I'm not going to put like 50 hours of editing to edit 4 hours of footage. Like it's not going to happen. I don't have, like I like it's going to take 2 weeks if I do that. Especially since I already have to do the streams, I have to do the clips of the streams, and this takes like 3 hours per day already just for the clips. Like this is not possible. What am I doing? Like, yeah, I need to assess. I think I'm gonna take a pause soon just to assess like what the fuck am I doing because like I'm getting overwhelmed. If I continue, yeah, this is not how you like, and I don't want to end up in a burnout of like earning nothing. Like I'm trying to do too much thing all at once, and I earn $0. Like this is not possible. you know. So I need to. Bon. It's just that like the analytics on my clips. You know, it's not that bad, right? I get some views, but bon. So I guess I'm going to continue this. But also, it seems that it goes up faster than I expected. So, maybe I'm just continue that. But yeah, for the regular videos that I want to put in this channel, like I need to I need to rearrange my schedule or my way of thinking about how to output those videos because this is like what I did here. Yeah, it's undigestible. So yeah. So yeah. And also, I want to continue to do my, code. I still want to code. I still want to code, and here, like, I'm like, am I going to become a YouTube creator, a YouTube content creator? Do I want that? Because that's how I think I can grow my Twitch channel. But at the same time, do I want to become a content creator? Maybe not. So yeah, it's a bit weird right now. I'm in a weird space. Do you enjoy doing the videos or do you enjoy more doing code? I think I enjoy more doing code. Would smaller clips be enough? Well, smaller clips right now does work at my small scale, at least it's starting to work, right? Like for the shorts, I have like, 3,000 views. Hey, whoa, I got, yeah. It was it today? Or? Well, I don't remember. 3,600, and this is like 3 minutes view, 2 3 minutes clips. So 15,000 views, 11,000 views. Like the views are okay for the shorts. But at the same time, it doesn't bring crazy amounts of people to the Twitch channel yet. But maybe I need to do it a bit more, So I guess I'm going to continue doing this at least for like a month or two and see what happens because they kind of work. They are kind of starting to work at least, When I publish, like when I publish the shorts, um, each time I publish the shorts, the views go up, I publish here, boom. I publish here, boom. I published here, boom, I guess, since I started this channel for like a month or two, I guess that's okay, that would be good. Maybe I can try to publish more, but if I try to publish more, then I don't code anymore. So that sucks. And in addition to that, I need to start publishing videos on this fucking channel. And this is going to take me even more time. Or maybe I will just publish on this channel, like just something once in a while or something. Or maybe in like, no, because right now I did the mistake of taking a subject that is heavily changing every day because these fucking CLI teams ship new features every fucking day of the week. And that's so fucking annoying to me. Because of course I need to update my fucking video every day. But maybe I need to do videos on like longer term, and then I can just edit little by little, and publish when I need to. Bon, it's my first video. It's my first like long form video, so I'm a bit confused. But yeah, I guess. Bon. I guess what's quite trendy right now is OpenGlow and friends that could probably quite fast, but need to enjoy doing that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't want this. No, the one thing I noticed that people were interested about, even when sometimes I would just publish like a random, long form stream raw. A year ago, it was when I started talking about Vim, NeoVim, and even when I did a few streams on Twitch, when in the title there was Vim Neo Vim, I noticed that that's literally when my viewer count, my average viewer count went above 3, and I got the monetization from Twitch. That's the period. It's when I was switching to Vim, and so I put Vim in all of my titles. So so yeah, I know there is a public that is eager to learn more about Vim and NeoVim. So I guess I could do these kinds of videos, but unfortunately, I choose to first do this big ass, long ass video about the CLIs. Yeah, I need to deal with now. Yeah, yeah, but well, I'll have to figure that out. Next subject, Shardé. There is a funny thing happening into the area, the open source community right now. Is that yeah. So basically, people are using AI to rewrite licensed open source libraries, but of course, it can be applied to any software really. So basically, in open source, you have these licenses that people can attach to the code that can force legally any company using the open source code to, for example, uh, like of course there's things like you cannot monetize, you cannot monetize the code or the library or whatever. If you include it, you have to not touch it or not modify it or whatever. There's all kinds of these licenses of the code that are sometimes very stringent and constrain a lot of what companies can do with the open source libraries and code, right? And it turns out that nowadays people have uh, been using AI to circumvent the licenses, uh, to basically reproduce the software from scratch with a new license, with a new, MIT license that allows, the software to be used however you want. And some people, so here, let me read this. The GNU public license, GPL, is popular with many developers, but it's lost a lot of its momentum over the years. Commercial developers hate it because it imposes complexity into license management. The GPL virus is a bit exaggerated, but the reality is that the moment you include some GPL code, you've got to have a link where people can download the source. I mean, my car has an option to read the GPL on my dashboard. If I'm a company developing software, who needs that headache, particularly in a litigious society? There may be societal benefits to copyleft code, that is the Free Software Foundation's argument, but there is zero benefit to a commercial software publisher or distributor. I also think the rise of GitHub has played a role. When you got to choose a license for your repository, several options are chosen. If you look them over, the MIT license is certainly far easier to understand than the GPL. And there's GPL, but there's also like all kinds of weird, like for example, there are some open source extremists, some often people that will publish their library open source with a license that only allows the use of this open source tool or library into another open source tool. So if you use any part of the code that is on this repo, your own project needs to be open source itself. So it's like open source can only use open source. And so of course it limits any commercial projects do not have the legal right to use this code, and so people can sue the company and get some money if they do it anyway, right? Especially if they are in the US. Well, internationally it's more complex, but in the US at least it's very easy to do that. And so so nowadays, to circumvent this annoyance of the constraining licenses, people are just recreating from the projects from scratch for open source, but also for proprietary. And for example, there is this story about Charday. So basically, it's exactly the same code. It's not exactly the same code. It's just a re-implementation that has the same features, but the code is like 87% different, And so because the code is 80% different, implemented differently, you can argue that it's not the same code, and therefore that the license does not apply, and therefore that you can use this open source thing as you want. For example, there is an example that like made the news this week. There is a Python library called Charday for character detection or something. That is so it's a Python library module, right? That is very well known, and it's been licensed under the GPL. And it turns out that the maintainer, so it's literally the maintainer of the project that has been, taking care of the project for the last 10 years, he decided to basically publish a new version of this library. And so he did not, the maintainer of today was not the creator of the library. So, but the current maintainer, core maintainer of Chardet, does not like the GPL license of the code, but he can't do anything because the library was created this way, and so it just goes on. So when a license is attached to code, you can't just decide, now we decide the code is not on this license anymore, because it's precisely the point of the license to limit such changes, so and so what he did, he rewrote a different developer was hoping to include it in the Python standard distribution, and decided to re-implement it with AI, and he did so in 5 days. From start to finish, a complete clean room implementation was done. The original developer is raising holy hell. Voilà. And then you can see, let me check if we can, voilà. And then, so let me just check that real quick. Yeah, so basically, voilà, the main maintainer rewrote the entire code base with AI, just so that he could add the MIT license to the new code base of this same library, right? That didn't change. It's the same repo. He didn't do a different repo because he's the core maintainer. So what the core this core maintainer did, and he's the only guy that works on this fucking library. There's not like hundreds of people. There's just one guy, and this one guy decided I'm gonna ship a new version of Sharday 7.0, and it's just going to be a new code base, and therefore I am legally allowed to put a new license on this new code base because it has nothing to do with the old code base that is GPL. And this way, this library is, freer to use, basically. This is a purely political move here. This is entirely about like what license is good and what license is bad. And this core maintainer here thought that MIT is better. It's more free than GPL. And guess what? There is like voila, Mark Pilgrim, an old contributor. But why? Why the maintainer thought it's better? Because you don't need to it's there is like MIT doesn't ask you anything basically. The MIT license means that the code is fully free to use for a commercial or non-commercial, and you don't need to attribute authorship. Like the GPL, for example, um, requires any user of the code to put a link to the source code, to the source code repo of the library. So any software that uses this Sharday library needs to have somewhere a link to the Sharday repository. That's a bit annoying, and that's what the maintainer wanted to get rid of because he thought that that was lame and constraining, and it's just annoying, and it just prevents a lot of people to enjoy this library because when they look at the license they're like, fuck, we're going to have to do some red tape, just to use this one library. It's annoying. And in big companies people just want to lower the legal risk or whatever. But it turns out that not everyone wants Sharday to be fully free and open, because there is like an old, I guess, contributor of Sharday, right? Well, I am the original author of Sharday, Mark Pilgrim. Voilà. And now he argues legally that the current maintainer does not have the right to change the license like that, even though it's a new code base, So, it's funny. First off, I would like to thank the current maintainers and everyone who has contributed to and improved this project over the years. Truly a free software success story. However, it has been brought to my attention that in the release 7.0, the maintainers claim to have the right to relicense the project. They have no such right. Doing so is an explicit violation of the LGPL. License code, when modified, must be released under the same LGPL license. So here, of course, there is a legal argument about, is this a clean room reimplementation, or is this a modification of the code base, right? The current maintainer argues that this is a clean room full rewrite, without access to the original code. And this guy, the original maintainer, argues that no, it's a modification actually. So you don't have the right. Oh yeah, this is some bullshit, legal bullshit that the open source community loves. These kinds of bullshit, legal annoyances. Like, you can't imagine how many, like, especially in the open source community, like the open source maintainers and whatever, like, you can't imagine the number of, like, legal license fanatics that just love to put a very restrictive license on what they call open source code, It's very annoying, and a lot of people love to do this kind of shit, And so you come on their repo, they're on like there is a lot of those libraries that are on GitHub, right? And you're like, oh, this is open source, nice. Well, no, actually, because if you look at the license, actually, you can't use this in that case. You can't do this in that case. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do this. And by the way, if you use it, you need to put a link. Your software need to be open source. Your software, you know yeah, very annoying. And so voilà, here we have Mark Pilgrim, one of those annoying I mean, I am more, of course, on the side of the MIT license, right? But yeah, he loved that GPL. He probably chose the GPL license to have this restriction, right? And so now he found a maintainer that wants to open the library to everyone without any constraints, and he's not happy about that, right? So yeah, Yerotas, how are you? Their claim is that it is a complete rewrite is irrelevant since they had ample exposure to the originally licensed code. I.e., this is not a clean room implementation. Adding a fancy code generator into the mix does not somehow grant them any additional rights. I respectfully insist that they revert the project to its original license. Well, of course, he's not going to do that. The only way this is going to be settled is via a trial, basically, like a lawsuit. That's only how it's going to to work out, because like basically Dan Blanchard is the guy that made the change, and he's the core maintainer of this repo. This guy Mark Pilgrim does not have any role anymore, so they'll have to settle that in a court, or basically the core maintainers will just continue doing that. See you in court. Exactly. But usually, especially for these, petty license matters, except if a big corporation is involved where there's some money to be made, right? Where the license violations is blatant. Usually, it doesn't go to court, but yeah, sometimes it does. There have been precedents where people did go to court against a big corporation violating the license, and the people got a bunch of money from the company, right, that violated the license. So it is applicable, legally speaking, in the US, and I guess in most of the West, probably. But yeah, I think this is very funny because now it's AI. What is the drama? So the drama is that the core maintainer of Cardet character detection, it's a Python library, decided to rewrite. So the original code base was in GPL licensed, so there was a lot of constraints, and especially one that you need to put a link to the source code in any implementation of the software that uses this library. And the maintainers, especially the core maintainers, Dan Blanchard, decided that he wanted to get rid of the license. And how did he get rid of the license? He rewrote the entire library with AI in 5 days. And basically the output code base has is like 92 or 87% different from the original code base, and therefore he says that he has a legal argument that this is not the same code base, therefore the GPL license doesn't apply, and under this new code base he put the MIT license on the new code base. And of course the old creator of the library is not happy because he thinks that it violates the GPL license. But his argument is that, well, no, because it's new code. So it's not, it's not the same code. So the new code has a new license. And the old maintainer is like, no. I don't agree. This is a modification. This is not a clean room implementation, Voilà. And so I think this is funny. Python code is useless. Well, that's another opinion about that. But yeah, Eric says it's used at SFR. Oh well, I guess if it's used, if the version used at SFR is less than 7.0, which is probably is, right? Um, Legally speaking, SFR is required to put a link to the source code of the Cardet repo, the Cardet repo. Well, of course, yeah. But I guess you could also just update to the latest version, and now you don't need to do that anymore, you know? Yeah. So I think it's funny. And basically, it prompted a lot of big, like, programmer bloggers, you know, such as Armin Renature, to say that basically now we are entering an era where the licenses and even the proprietary licenses are going to be way more difficult, or to enforce, or course, in equivalent, it would be way easier to circumvent any license, because basically if you encounter some software with an annoying license that as a company can put you under the threat of a lawsuit, you just use AI to rewrite the entire software from scratch. And as long as the code is, different, it's not a copy paste, as long as it's literally, built from the ground up with AI, this is a different code base. Therefore, you can license it as you want. So yeah, this is kind of funny. Yeah, in the GPL case, I think it warms up some old fights about copyleft versus permissive licenses that we have not seen in a long time. Yeah, it probably does not feel great to have one's work rewritten with a clanker and one's authorship eradicated. Unlike the ship of Theseus, though, this seems more clear-cut. If you throw away all code and start from scratch, even if the end result behaves the same, it's a new ship. It only continues to carry the name, which may be another argument for why authors should hold onto trademarks rather than rely on licenses and contract law. Yeah. And so yeah, so I like this illustration. Like the AI is basically killing the GNU license, because now, like, because of course, like, in a world where writing code is a very time consuming task that takes time and energy, like, basically there's so much friction to write code that the license become useful. But as soon as you can automate on a large scale writing code, of course the licenses that are attached to these pieces of code do not matter that much anymore. So yeah, of course, this is an interesting development. Mm. And basically, yeah, people are taking sides. So, for example, Simon Willison and Armin Renature, who are both like AI enthusiasts, I guess, in the programming world, they both say that they think the rewrite is legitimate, right? Uh, but yeah, I guess it will only be, legally resolved if somebody goes to court at some point. Because I guess this is just one. These kinds of cases are just the beginning of a much larger kind of trend that is going to start. Right? Is that now every like interesting uh open source library that you might encounter on GitHub that has too strict of a license, well, let's just rewrite it, right? Let's just rewrite it from scratch. I'm just going to ask Cloud Code. Maybe I'm going to spend like 200 or $500 in tokens, but at least it will be mine. You know, it will be my software, my license. So yeah, not rewrite, reslop, copy slop. Yes, kinda. Yes, yes, but you know, if it works, like for the case of Cardet, the guy says that the new AI written. So basically, he rewrote the package, and he says that now it's even faster. You know, like it's more accurate, it's faster. Um, you know, so but he did it in a way 46 times faster than Cardet 6.0, he says, so it's like the rewrite is both a different code with a more open license, and it's also better performance wise. This is funny. This is funny, I think. So yeah, interesting development. um Yann Lequin has funded his new startup, Advanced Machine Intelligence, AMI. Not more open, but less free. No, it's more free license. No, it's a more free license. The MIT license is basically not requiring anybody to do anything about the code, whereas the GPL license ask for people to do certain things if they use this code. MIT is not free. It is free for the user. No, it is. It is. The MIT license is the most open and free license that there is. Copyleft is more free for the user. Well, look, you can have all kinds of interpretations, but in terms of like obligations that you have to have when you use the code, MIT is the more, it allows anything to be done. Basically, you can use the code for commercial applications, open source applications, and you don't need to do anything. So this is the more, yeah, it allows the most things to be happen. However you formulate it, how you want. User have a freedom to change it. Yes. Yeah, I mean MIT too. With MIT too. With MIT, you can do what you want with the code. A real world, real intelligence, AMI Labs. So they have a landing page now. They are hiring. What are they hiring? They are hiring AMI technical staff, AMI engineer. Paris, Montreal, New York, Singapore. So they opened a bunch of offices in Paris, Montreal, New York, and Singapore. Interesting. So it's not going to be like Paris or Paris, New York. It's going to be four. As this going to be four different. So how many people do they plan to hire? This is funny. But user is stuck with the version you chose. If MIT, but if copyleft, user have ability to change it without the original developer. Stacks for Git I wrote is GPL3. I take copyleft seriously. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert in licenses because it's too complex. I just know that MIT is like, the default if you want your software to be, used how people want, it's MIT license that people use, usually. MIT license, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining copy of software and associated document to deal in software without restrictions, right? Including without limitations, the right to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense, and or sell copies of the software. and to permit persons to whom the software is furnished to do so, subject to the following conditions. The above should be all copies and substantial of the software. Software is included as is, including but not limited to the warranties, dimensionability, fitness for particular. If in no event shall the authors or copyright holders be liable for any claim, damages, or liability, whether in action of contract, tort, or otherwise arising from out or in connection with the software or the use of other things in the software. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. So yeah, it's very simple. GPL is a bit more complex. But again, I'm not an expert in licenses. I'm not like, yeah. MIT is good for developer. GPL is good for the end user who uses your product. With MIT, you trade less hustle for you as a developer to be less freedom for the user of the end software. Okay, I trust you on that, Taras. General applications, all departments. We are building a breed of new AI systems that one understand the real world, two have memory, three can reason and plan, four are controllable and safe. We are a team of scientists, engineers. I'm me, engineer, technical staff. Yeah, so I guess if if you're a machine learning person, you can. Yeah, so they're also hiring scientists because yeah, it's going to be like a scientific. I think this startup is going to be basically furthering the current research of Yann Lequin with JEPA, like joint embeddings, predictive algorithms, predictive architecture, and then they're going to try to ship that to the world, like with real products. So yeah, 1 billion raised, and Yann Lequin said on Twitter that they act at a valuation of 4.5 billion. So I guess the 1 billion provided was roughly like 20% or something of the shares, right? So interesting. Another development, Anthropic is suing US blacklisting. I'll be right back. Okay. Anthropic is suing the Department of War for the, supply chain risk. They basically copy pasted the same thing that they wrote already. I mean, no, wait. No, this is not the correct thing. This. Oh yeah, and the White House says the firm is radical left woke. It's funny. The Pentagon declined to comment. The White House responded by calling Anthropic a radical left and woke firm. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so Anthropic sued the Trump administration yesterday in an attempt to reverse the government's decision to blacklist its technology. Anthropic argues that it exercised its First Amendment rights by refusing to let its Claude AI models be used for autonomous warfare and mass surveillance of Americans, and that the government blacklisted it in retaliation. Yeah. What is the First Amendment again? Is it like freedom of speech? Something? First Amendment. Or bridging the freedom of speech, yeah. Yeah, it's the freedom of speech. Okay. I mean, given how many legal blowbacks, like the Trump administration has had in the span of 1 year, I guess maybe they're probably going to fail on this one too, because I guess the Trump administration does things so quickly, so recklessly, so like it's fully subjective. There is no like any attempt at establishing a sort of objective judgments in what they do, you know. So for a judge, like this is the epitome of what they don't like in a case, you know? It's like full subjective bad faith kind of stuff, all these kinds of judge the kind of things that judges hate and usually want to smack when they can, you know? So yeah, probably going to be, I mean, yeah, I guess Anthropic might be right in suing. I mean, you know, thinking about like the tariffs court, you know, the case that the Trump administration lost. Maybe it's going to be some kind of similar thing here. Anthropic's trying to score marketing points. Yeah, probably also. I mean, do they though? Because like the fact that they, yeah, I mean, no, you're right. Because basically a lot of people started downloading Claude because of the Pentagon blowback, and you know how people who were hating Trump was like saying, "Oh, let's download Claude and get rid of ChatGPT now." So, but in a way, it's just that I feel like this might slightly blur like the image here, because it's like Anthropic here is acting as if they want to be contracted by the Pentagon again, and that's why they're doing this, you know. But of course, maybe the radical, the you know, like the people who don't like Trump in the U.S., who are very numerous, we just like see that as as an attack against Trump, and so they will like it, right? But at the end of the day, if Anthropic wins this lawsuit, it will allow them to be contracted by the Pentagon again, right? So, you know, so in a way, they do want to contract with the Pentagon. So I'm not sure, you know, like what people are going to think about that. But yeah, I guess for the time being, while the lawsuit is ongoing, yeah, they are attacking Trump, right? So it would be good for their image, I guess, for most, you know, left wing people, I guess. But for the for the rest, for what happens after the court, I'm not so sure, you know. And also, I'm wondering if this like supply chain risk can be uh applied even after Trump leaves the White House, something like how big is this? I'm not sure. And last topic of the day, I saw people talk about this, and I was like, oh, it's funny because I am a big fan of Animal Crossing, as you might know or notice with my background music. I love the Animal Crossing vibes, and basically Pokemon published an Animal Crossing like game based on Pokemon. Um, yeah, a chill cozy game, but with Pokemons instead of Animal Crossing. What did Bulbasaur say? Ah, god damn it, YouTube. Bulbasaur said, I love leaves and grass and stuff. That's so Bulbasaur of you to say, you know? He's really a real Bulbasaur and living by lots of green things. That's so true. Yeah, and so basically, each time I saw like streamers playing this game, I was like, why is the face so weird? Like, did they just choose a quirky face or something in the character creation menu? But no, it's because it's a Dido. So Didos always have this weird face. So I understood now. I understand now. Okay, so that's interesting. But I hope it doesn't mean that there won't be an Animal Crossing game for like a new Animal Crossing game than New Horizons for the next few years. Because I guess if this game was their new Animal Crossing launch, cozy game launch, means that we won't have a new Animal Crossing game like in the next 2 years or something. That's annoying. Bon, at the same time, it's not like I have the money to buy a Switch 2, so bon, I won't. But the few money I have, I'm trying to save money to buy a Switch 2 and either Animal Crossing. I mean, just the new Animal Crossing that will get out. But now I'm wondering, is this the game I wanted? I'm not sure. So yeah, Pokemon Potopia, Pokopia. But at the same time, like since this is a Pokemon game, are there fights? Maybe there's no fights in this game, which is funny. Think about, right? Because it's cozy, it's nice, it's gentle. You need to make friends, not foes, right? These Pokemons can't be encountered outside of this event. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. What are people saying about it? Pokemon Pokopia is a game about rehabilitating a broken world, and I love it. Oh yeah, people are comparing it now with the Iron War, with like the Animal Crossing in 2020 with the COVID, where people basically could not get out of their home, so they just went in the refuge. That was Animal Crossing New Horizons. It's grounded in our actual world in a way that your island getaway with Tom Nook is not. In the post-apocalyptic counter region of Pocopia, you play as a Dido who has transformed to look like it's from a trainer. Ah, who is inexplicably missing. Dead. In fact, all of the humans are gone when you randomly appear in a cave with Professor Tandros. The graying vine Pokemon hasn't seen another creature in many years. Okay, it's like it's post-apocalyptic. Ah, yeah. It's not immediately clear what happened that made Kanto evolve into a barren wasteland. Whoa. Restore habitats to find new Pokemon. Pikachu appears in the gaze of Pikichu, a pale creature who lost its ability to produce electricity. Ah, so sad. And Snorlax has been solitarily sleeping in a cave long enough that it's become part of the landscape. Covered in moss. What the fuck? Really? Snorlax? Pokopia? Oh fuck, what the hell? Ah yeah, it slept so. Oh wait, Snorlax really slept. Mosolax. Oh damn. The apocalyptic mystery makes each new morsel of information feel more exciting, if not forward. We all know that everyone's beloved music, are being forced to shut down when music lovers are still mourning the loss of the streaming services. The price of service fees all over the world. Really? What is this about? I'm not aware of anything. While music lovers are still mourning the loss of the streaming services, it isn't bad news in the world of music. What are they talking about? I thought just most people were listening music on like Spotify or something. The note continues to explain the return to CDs that our great great grandparents used to, which don't charge a subscription fee no matter how. Okay. 3,000 energy intensive data centers under construction in the US, which will add to the 4,000 already in operation. The demand for more computing power is so high that the tech industry is facing a RAM shortage. Yeah. But while Animal Crossing is pure escapism, Pocopia at least gives you the sensation of actually rehabilitating a broken world. It's unsettling to see a Vermilion City in ruins, but that only makes it more rewarding when you work with the other Pokemon to discover electricity and illuminate the landscape, eclipsing the dark clouds with a burst of light. Okay, interesting. Okay, and that's all for the tech news of today. Funnily enough, there were like 6 topics, but I went through them quite quickly. Hop, hop, hop. Hello, hello, Gonzalo. How are you? I just finished the tech news. I'm going to start with the chill coding. Oh, this is tech news. No, no, you didn't. But it was pretty fast today. But even though there were 6 topics, if you want to know what there was all of this. You know, Amazon, Meta. Maybe, yeah. I guess the most interesting today was the license AI rewrite thing. That was kind of interesting. You know, if you want to go see the VOD. while I go to the toilet real quick. I'm good at you. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit overwhelmed by my video editing right now because even after the first pass of editing all the retakes and whatever, I am still left with 4 hours of footage. So that's going to be a lot. But I'm trying to find a way to make it work, but I'm not sure if it will work. You know? Okay, I will stay on the live. Okay, yeah. So I have to think about what I'll how to deal with the editing and stuff. But yeah, I'll be back. Hello, Nat. Hello, hello. How are you, Nat? Good, good, and you? I'm good. I'm good too. I'm good, I'm good. I'm going to work on my little uh, 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 on my landing page. I'm going to work on my landing page. With codecs. There's been so many problems with codecs today and yesterday that they have like re-switched, resetted the weekly limits again and again and again. And I've been using a lot of codecs in the last 3 days, so I'm very happy because now all my limits are back up. When I was at 40%. So yeah. Ah, voila. You see what happens? I say city svelte, and it goes to the template tab. It's crazy. The svelte. Ah, yeah, I need to do tab and then how do I do this again? Then we're there. Okay. Okay. Codecs. And I'm still using 5.3 codecs for most of the code. GPT 5.4, well, it's good, but it's a bit more expensive. And I guess I use 5.4 the same way I use Opus with Claude, and I use 5.3 the same way I use Sonnet, like for most of the small to medium tasks. And for the very heavy stuff, I use 5.4 when I can, because of course, since yesterday, 5.4 has been like the API has not been responsive, every 2 hours or something. But when I can, I guess I use 5.4 this way. Well, let's try. Let's try to see. How do I switch the like this? Okay. Local host. Okay. What is this medium? Mm. Okay. A camel landing for disciplined. Okay. Okay. Well, it's not that bad, right? It's better than before. But actually, I'm going to ask Open because I saw uh, in some Opus high effort, low effort, medium effort, high effort. Mm, okay. Uh, High memory usage. Heat dump. What? What? Checking for updates. Checking for updates. Ah, it has memory usage because it's checking for updates. Wait, I have the latest code now. Wait a minute. Yeah. Ah, yeah, there's a new version. Okay, let me update load code real quick. Okay, high effort. Why do they always show me commands and the commands is not here? Where is the effort? There is no effort. Slash effort. Ah, it's not document review. Change code for use quality efficiency. Okay. Okay. Inspect the landing page. Uh, and tell me what could be enhanced in terms of UI layout. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Zoom. Zoom. Right. Tell me what could be enhanced in UI layout and styling. Trying to find. Also, I'm wondering if I could have alternative to this. Alternative. I'm back. Hello, back. Did you try Jules yet? No. I have just replied to on Twitter to the Jules to the Google account on Jules with a snarky comment because they just announced that Jules has now 3.1 Pro in Jules. And basically I replied like, oh, congrats, 2 weeks after the launch. Let me show you. Voilà. I'm addicted to playing Temtem. Oh, really? You're playing Temtem? I heard about Temtem like 2 years ago, I think, because one guy I'm watching sometimes play. I'm watching a lot actually. Was playing this one. You know, so basically Jules Agent, they posted like yesterday, Gemini 3.1 Pro is now available in Jules. What a great time to mesh some PRs. And I responded, oh, nice, like 2 weeks after the model came out. What's going on at Google? Because it's true, like, it's only happens at Google, these kinds of things. Like, Google has some products and it's as if they interact with the models at Google as if they are a third party or something. Like, what the fuck is wrong with Google? You know, I understand that they seem to have a horizontal organization that is like decentralized and each team competes. No, no, no. But come on, this is the same company. Can't you just like organize yourself? I don't know. You know, such a weird company. Such a weird company. Give it a chance to impress you. Rent free in parallel. Yeah, I mean, look, I think I have access to Jules. No, I think I have access to Jules because I have AI Pro. I'm subscribed, so I will probably try to do that. It's just that usually I like to interact. I am not a automated PR guy. I like to ask something. So I guess I'm more of a CLI type of guy for now. Except I guess, yeah, I don't know what I could use it for. is either you write trouble early and risk broken user experience, or you make sure it is good before releasing. Ah, okay. Just open the UI. It has interactive modes. Then what's the difference with the AI Pro? Are the limits different? Like, is it different limits in Jules and in AI Pro, or is it the same? Well, I guess as often with Google, it's probably you don't know because everything is blurry because it is Google. Um, but yeah, Jules. Can I go to the real website, please? I would like to go to the website. Meet a Jewel. I never hit any limits. Yeah. Okay. Good to know at least. Even though with Google, you know, because you never hit the limits, you're never sure what the limits are, you know? But yeah. Interactive plan. So in the cloud, learning a code base and improving it over time. Connect to GitHub. Just in case. Yeah. Loot at my gay nest Pokemon. Let me check. Okay. Okay. It's analyzing the repos. I'm going to look at your gay nest Pokemon. Ah yeah, in Temtem. Are you playing Temtem because you want to play Pokemon Pokopia, but you can't, and so you play Temtem? Is that what's happening now? Because you need a Switch 2 and it's too expensive, and so you play Temtem? No. Ah, okay. The Pokemon is called Gay Nest. I just bought to test now. I'm addicted. Ah, okay. But it's funny because Temtem released like a few years ago. But I guess you are this kind of person, Nat, right? You always play the games a few years after they came out, right? I hate Pokopia. Really? Why do you hate Pokopia? I've heard good things about it, I guess. I didn't play because I never switched to, but yeah. Just bought because it was cheap. Ah. Crypto trading bot, load balancer, Ah. Haha, you see all my personal repos now. Resume. Ha. Yeah. Ah, daily session limits. So basically it does PR, right? And no, the Temtemon name is not gayness, but it's very gay. Ah, okay. To me, the gayest Pokemon I've seen is the one from actually the starter from Pokemon. I don't know which one. Like it was the duck, you know, starter duck. This guy. Well, I guess when he's like this, he's just cute. But then this is a drag queen. This is an actual drag queen. You know, this is just a drag queen. This is weird, but this is just a drag queen. A drag queen, you know? Quacaval, literally. And I think even like, you know, if you see how he moves, the Pokemon just moves like, you know? Look at this! Look at this! This is literally, you know, a mix between a Brazilian, like Rio de Janeiro, you know, like dancer and a drag queen to me. Quacaval, I guess it's carnival, right? But like, he's so sassy. Yeah. Looks like you. What? No. I'm sorry. I'm too masculine. I'm way too masculine. Okay. To look like Quacaval, actually. Quacaval would be my girlfriend. Okay. That's how. That's what it is. Quacaval would just be my girlfriend. Okay. And voila. What do you mean by that, huh? Are you saying that all the karaoke are gay? No. No. I just say the kind of cute. What is a karaoke? 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 Is this the karaoke? I don't know. Even if that's not true, you cannot say that. But no, I can say what I want. Karaoke is the people who lives in Rio. Ah, okay. Well, I don't know much, unfortunately. But I know like the carnival dancers. Voila, these ones. I know about those girls, It's like that. And of course, the gay drag queens, they love to dress in stuff like that. So yeah, you know. Also, my first and only girlfriend ever was a Brazilian, and I remember at school in her high school, she would do a theater play where she would play a Brazilian girl because she was Brazilian. Like her mom was Brazilian. Her dad was French, but her mom was Brazilian, and she looked, you know, mestizo, like mixed race and Brazilian. And so she would wear in the theater play something like this, and she would dance the samba. And very impressive. So yeah, I actually dated a girl like that. A Brazilian girl that was who had lots of players, lots of feathers, and who was like dancing for the Brazilian carnival. Yeah, I actually dated a girl like that. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Um. Yeah. So yeah, you know, and it was the only girl I ever dated, and then it was all men. I mean, men, cute guys. Um. Yeah. Describe only. Nothing. By the way, the game Temtem is very adept to neutral gender language, and this is very cringe. Really? Yeah, because I think a lot of the. I mean, I remember the streamer I was watching who was playing this game had a very weird like character who was very androgynous, and even like the way the character moves or dances or whatever is very like effeminate even for males or something. So it's funny. I thought that Temtem was made by like Chinese, but if it's all gender neutral, I guess it's not Chinese, or maybe it's just you know Chinese who want to sell to a Western audience or something. Uh, Guillermo. Ah, Spanish game development studio. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I guess yeah, you can explain it like this. This is me dancing. Wow. Well, I unfortunately do not understand the motions here, but yeah. Well, let me. Okay, okay. Refactor the landing page. It look better. Go. Let me see what Opus will do to this page. You can imagine this like a GIF. Yeah, of course I can imagine it. Use your brain, damn. I can do all things and steps to you. Like, use your imagination. Sorry, Nat. I am not good enough. Hello, Yannick. How are you? Hello, hello. How are you, Yannick? Hello, Yannick. I'm great. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm working on my weird website, landing page. And I'm struggling with video editing also outside of the stream. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. But yeah, I will try to solve it. I have I have 4 hours of footage to edit to do a second pass on because the first pass was 11 hours down to now 4. So now I have 4 hours of edited footage, where I eliminated all the redundancies and the retakes and whatever, all the silences. So now I have 4 hours of myself just yapping without any pause. And I don't know what I'm going to do with this. So yeah, to try to forget, now I code. And I'll try to think about that later. Nat. What have you been doing on the latest few days? Something interesting to share? I don't know. You know. What have you been doing, guys? What has interested you? Because I need to wait for Claude, so I don't, voilà. Nat is playing Temtem. I've been replaying, Megabomb. Well, and I've been slowly becoming tired of Arc Raiders, I guess. Because, well, I'm level 75 and you want to overwrite. Yes. Well, first of all, mostly studying, but I also acquired a new hobby. Oh, what is your new hobby, Yannick? What's your new hobby? I want to learn a bit of calligraphic. Ah, yeah, calligraphy. Have you bought like a nice how do you say that in English? Ink, like an ink-based traditional pen, right? Have you bought a traditional pen? Then you will be able to like do cool TikToks or whatever. Maybe. At least I've been seeing people doing cool videos about doing the calligraphic stuff like and also there's the I also like I think 1 or 2 weeks ago I randomly, because I rarely do that, but I randomly opened TikTok and I stumbled upon the TikTok lives, like the streams. And there is this one guy that writes people's names with like a calligraphic pen or something, but in sand, you know? And then he erases it and he's like, oh, hello, na na na. And he writes the name, in a cool way. And then he erases it. I don't know if you know about this. A fountain pen? No, no, just like a regular, how do you do like ink pen? Ink pen? You call that? No. I'm kidding about this. I used to have this in like primary school. Have you bought something like this? Or maybe you have like even more specialized pens or something? This is a fountain pen. Yeah, okay. I have one, yes. Nice. Yeah, like I've heard I think at some point I got interested in calligraphy slightly. I did not actually went into it. But like yeah, to do stuff like this. And there's also, like some pens that have like uh cut cut points, to do very wide and very thin stuff, you know? It was anatomy of a fountain pen. Are you okay? Fountain pen. I struggled so much with this in primary school, like because they would always like spill and oh. But I guess it's good that I actually got to know how to use those. Like I found fountain pen, but like good. Yeah, these ones. Are these like made ad hoc? Yeah, laser cut slip. Yeah, these ones to do the. Calligraphy. Yeah, these ones I'm talking about, like with the cut points where you can do very cool shapes like this. Or I guess you can also do with a regular fountain pen, but you need to like pressure or something. And I never understood how to do that correctly. Yeah, because some people do. I remember some videos where some people were doing the large thickness by just pressing on the fountain pen. Yeah, voilà, stuff like that. And like I don't know what kind of pen they use, but seems crazy to me. And also your paper needs to be very robust. So and do you want to use the calligraphy stuff for something specific, or are you just training for fun now? I meant I mean most calligraphy fountain pens bend the nib, but normal fountain pen breaks if you press too hard because the nib is made out of stiff steel. Okay. Yeah. So what I saw was, I guess, a calligraphy fountain pen, and it didn't work on mine because it was a normal, I guess, fountain pen. Everyone told me my handwriting sucks. Really? So I tried to improve it. And it's more fun than I thought. So yeah. Okay. You do that to enhance your handwriting. That's pretty cool. It's something that most people never do, except the girls. The girls do that usually around like 12 or 14, 13, 14. I think like I never cared about my handwriting, even though I know my handwriting is not very good. But I remember when I was like 14 or 13, 14, I remember all the girls in my class were like actively switching the way they were writing. Like for example, they would switch from the cursive way of writing that we learned in primary school in France. They would switch to like like the almost computer like, like with where each letter is separated and not linked, right? And I remember all the girls in my class were doing the switch when they were like 14 or something. And I was like, that's too much work. The homework take enough work from me. I'm not going to work on the way I write. Like, come on. Yeah, exactly. So basically, a lot of the girls switch from this kind of writing to this. Well, this is way better, but you know. And I never switched away from this. The girls and me. Really? I mean, I never used cursive, so I actually did reverse. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. How the German how does the German school system uh wait, how do I formulate this sentence? How would you learn to write in German schools, in the German primary school? Like, do you learn with the cursive or with the, I don't know how it's called, uh, typographic or something? I also did that switch on that age. Yeah, voilà. You see, a lot of people did that when they were 14. And I remember I just passed. Voilà. Voilà. Basically, this switched right here. Boom, look at this. My new zoom feature. So cool. Yeah, so I saw a lot of people going from the left to the right when they were 14, mostly girls. Some guys, I guess, but mostly girls. And I just kept on doing the left because I was just too lazy to switch. But when I actually, the one way where I regret that I had regret in not switching early to the thing on the right is actually when I went to university and I realized that we are expected to write a lot of pages of dissertations in French university, at least. Like when I was in prepa, which was like a very high kind of, very hard kind of university, like we were expected to write like 12 to 16 pages of manuscript dissertation in 6 hours. And like I would have liked now to use the, because this is faster to write than on the left, right? And so I really felt like if I could have just written my dissertations like 10-20% faster, I could have just make bigger dissertations and just lay down my ideas quickly, because I always ran out of time in those big exams, and that was a bit annoying. I had to learn it, but I never used it. I always used print. I print, you call it. I wrote the print so fast it looks like hieroglyphics. It's funny. Yeah. I mean, I guess, but I don't know if in German school and university you need to write like long dissertations, like pages and pages of of essays, basically. But in France we do, and it's very used. And I think if I have a child, and I will have a child, I I think I will recommend that they they switch to he or she will switch to print, because it's way faster to write, than the cursive. I mean, it's just an advantage. Speed advantage. Oh, he's done. Let's see. What did he change? He didn't change anything. Hmm? Did anything change? More visually. I changed this. Mm, more. Mm. What is this called? Hero visual. Okay. What changed here? Because like, focus changes to landing page. Uh, um, give me uh three out hero visuals. Make them tabable, tabable like now for me to switch. This page. and see directly what they look like. We will remove the tabs the for listing to that this way. Sometimes you have to write a lot, but I like the cursive better for long text because you don't have to fit to lift the pen. But yeah, this is true. This is true. You don't have to lift the pen, yeah, as much. And I guess what's nice with cursive is that if you really take the time to write nicely, it can look very good, right? If you take the time. If you take the time and if you take, I guess, good habits or whatever, the cursive can be better looking than the print style, yeah, for sure. I remember like my first year of primary school teacher, they always have beautiful cursive because they teach us the French students the cursive. And so yeah, the primary school teachers always have this beautiful, perfect cursive writing, and every time I saw, like every time she would write something, like to correct homework or whatever, you would see, you would see the beautiful curves and stuff. I was like, wow, that's so beautiful. While mine is so shitty. I can't write as nicely. But yeah, I remember like, I remember in my head like the red ink, like the teachers, they always used red ink to correct the homework or whatever, or the class work. And there was always this beautiful, the L's and the A's. I was always like, wow. And the print letters are weirdly written like the E, where you have to lift the pen 4 times and it looks shit anyways if you don't get the line straights. Ah yeah. Ah yeah, you do the E like this. I mean the all cap E, the capital E, right? Yeah, for the capital E in cursive it's like this. I mean reverse, but yeah, you know, yeah, like this. I mean, no, maybe in this sense it works because it's a mirror camera. So I guess, yeah, it works. Yeah, yeah. For the print E is like this, whereas yeah, yeah. And I also liked my when I wrote in cursive, I always liked a lot my capitalized letters. They're very like curvy and how do you say? They're very like monumental. It's like like when you do the capital T in cursive, it's like zwig zwig woo. It's it's very cool. More complicated, like H. Ah yeah, do you mean the H in lowercase or high or capitalized? Because yeah, the capitalized is a bit complex. Like in cursive, also some capitalized letters are confusing because like the H, yeah, the capital, yeah, the H, it's like a mix between an I, right? It's like a mix between a I and how do you do the H? It's like this, and the other part of the H I don't remember, and then you have like the link. Yeah, yeah. The the I think that the weirdest thing about the cursive, yeah, is the capitals, because sometimes the capitals, when you look at them, you're like, is this the letter that I want to write here? you know, like which one was always confusing to me? Uh, like I guess the H is confusing because it looks like an I, you know. At first glance, you're like, "Huh?" And oh yeah, the S is always confusing to me because to me it looks like a T or something. It's just that the T, yeah, you know, and the way like I think the difference between the cursive capital S and the cursive capital T is like the side of the belly, you know, of the bulge. Like T is like this, like T is like this, so it bulges on this side, and S is the same, like the top is the same, but the bulge is on the other side, you know? And like sometimes when you look at it, you're like, is this an S or a T already? I don't remember. Yeah. The X, how is the X? To me, the X was very simple. It was like one like this and one on the other side, and that's all to me. And the Z to me is a bit easier because it's like this, you know, and it looks like a Z. But yeah, the T and the S to me are like not straightforward at all. I don't do the T like that. Oh really? I thought T capital. Ah, T capital. Cursive. Ah yeah. Do you do like this? Ah yeah. So my T was different. I guess maybe there's like a French calligraphy or something. My T is not like this. So to me, this is closer to an S. Actually, like to me, this would be an S. You know, when the belly is on the right, to me it's like an S. To me, this is an S. You see, it can be confusing. Uh, huh? Uh, Cursive capital letters. I think this is close to what I had. I mean, no. So voila, my S is like this to me, but the T I remember. Only and the difference between the U and the V also is a bit annoying. The N, oh yeah, the Y. The Y I guess is bon, rare. It's in French, but I love the L, the K, the K. Well, I guess the K is okay. The K is okay. A G. But you see, like for example, here the S, the belly is on the correct side where I'm used to. This is not. To me, a T is like this, and maybe there is a little tilde on the middle, but I don't know why I had that. I remember this. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to write the capital letters. No. No, maybe it was no. I don't remember. Freinage. Ah voilà, this one. This is my T. This is my T. Ah, yeah, so maybe this is a French cursive. This is a French cursive actually. Yeah, voilà. That's exactly how I learned it. Voilà, this is my T. My capital T is this. My capital T is this. And sometimes on some manuals, they would add a little tilde, you know, a little wave in the middle. I don't know why. To me, T is like a hook with a little wave on it. Yeah, me too. To me, it's like this. It's kind of. Is it similar to you? To yours? To me, but not connected. Ah. looks like a C. Yeah, but the C does not start with the under stuff. To me, a C starts with the 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 starting curve is like to me a C starts like this. To me, this is a C, and the T starts from under, yeah, under, and then like this, and then a little stuff. Yeah, so this is so maybe this is a French thing. So maybe yeah. So I guess there are different, like there's a French cursive and a German cursive and an American cursive or something. I mean French cursive. Yeah, this is how I learned. Well, I guess this is how I learned my cursive letter. Ah yeah, so there is French cursive and yeah, yeah. This is exactly how I write. Yeah, I mean how I learned. I guess my letters are less cool. Voilà, this is a C to me. You know. Voilà, the C is like this. D, yeah. The L is like that. Yeah. So, yeah. That's the E, yeah. Where's the F? Yeah, the F is like this with the little like pigtail. The F has a weird pigtail like this. G for my family name. Looks like a T. This is how I write. Ah, nice. Ah, yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, so it's mostly the same, yeah. Ah, the A is not the same. The A has, in a way, I think I like this A better than mine. Oh yes, actually yes, I confused. This is also how I write the H, I think. Yeah, no, you are right. You are right. This is how like wait, H. Ah yeah, but there is a yeah, so this is our H in France. Yeah, it's just there is a little thing in the middle. I don't know why. Yeah, this is how I learned. This one? Yeah. IG. Yeah, the IG the same. Mostly the same. OP. Yeah. R S. Voilà, this is my S. And this is just in French. Yeah, this is, I guess, a bit different. Voilà. Voilà. So this is the S to me, and this is the T. And for a long time I was very confused because to me this looked like a T. The S looked like a T. You know? So for a long time I was like, what's going on in there? But actually, it's just that this is like a bigger version of the cursive S that is like this, you know? But scaled and curvy, you know? And then I was like, ah, that's what they meant here. Jesus. Yeah, this is an S because it's just, you know, the cursive S that is like this, but scaled. Scaled and this is you know, it's like where is the, you know, because originally I searched the print S, you know, like forms, curves, and I was like, well, it doesn't look like this, you know, but actually, yeah, okay, it's the small, big, it's the small, big, you know. RST, yeah, so the T is different. U V, yeah, V is the same. W, X, ah, yeah, different between H and X. Oh. Wait, I remember something like this. Actually, no, you're right. Actually, maybe I learned it like this too originally. Wait, let me check because I guess yeah. So okay, it's the same actually for the X. It's just that I think I simplified it just because I guess I saw the X in this simplified version of like just two fucking curve, you know, like an X, and I was like, oh, I'm going to use this one because this one is more complex and I'm fed up with it. No, yeah, because here you need to like do and I think I always forgot like if I should do it like this and then I should do it, or if I do it like this. It was confusing to me. Is this what the small s is supposed to look like? Well, yeah. Yeah. Yes, the S. Look, the S. You know? The S. It's just that this leg uh, it's just let me zoom. It's just that this part of the S, this leg here, becomes this part here, you know? It's like it's like a small S that is about to fall over. It's like, oh, it's like the S is like, oh, I'm falling. I'm falling. Like this. But big. So this part of the S is actually this part. The belly, this belly here is actually this belly here. You know, it's just he did a little diet. Okay, his belly is less round because he did the diet. And the how do you say, the loop here is just this part. But when it's a small letter, you don't have the space to do a big loop. But actually, if you think about it, if you think about it, you imagine that maybe at the microscopic level it would loop a little bit. It's just that here the loop is too small to be seen. So you don't show it on the small version, but it's there. It's a little whoop. It's like whoop whoop, and then you go back. You whoop. There's a micro loop, a nano loop that you don't see. But it turns out that this nano loop that is theoretically there, even though you can't see it, now it is big. It's like a Pokemon. Like it's like an evolution. It becomes. This is a new version. Like the small stuff. It's like Bulbasaur when it becomes big. The flower opens. This is the same. The loop of the S is big now. Even though here it was so small and invisible, but it was still there. But now that the S is big, the loop has expanded. Now I see it. Voila, you see? And for a long time, I was very confused at this one. I was like, this is just a T. What the fuck is wrong with this? But no, this is just a small S that is big with the loop big and falling over. uh, everything has an explanation. It's funny how you can actually like become an art critic about cursive letters like this. What other weird things did I yeah yeah, that's all. The K, yeah, well, the K is obvious. The I, the G, H. Oh yeah, the G. What about the G? The G. What do you think about the G? Because like actually for a long time when I was smaller, I thought that the G was actually a weird C that has like a tail, To me, like the upper part of the G just looks like a C, but with like a weird tail, that that gets added. And I was like, why, it kind of is. But let me tell you. Cursive lore. Okay, this is a cursive lore stream now. Actually, no. It turns out that this is like similar to the S. If you go to the G here, you see the G. It has this curve, and like here, also here, there is a subatomic loop that is not seen, but that is there. And basically, this leg here and the way it goes there, and then it does the, this is the body here of the letter, okay? And then there is the tail, okay? It turns out that, you know, this body here, the circle here, is the same as this here. This is just the body, but bigger, you know? This is the belly. It's just that the loop here, but it's also simplified. It's a bit minimalistic contemporary art, okay? But this tail, this part here is actually, this part. And it's just that here there is a hidden loop again. Is it the same with the C? And it's just, voila. It's just that now the belly here, uh, the body of the G is a little bit smaller relative to the tail, but with the big G, it's just way bigger. It has it has drunk a lot of beer. Okay, so now the belly is wider, it's bigger, and there is the tail that's still there, because even if you have a big belly, your dick doesn't grow. The dick stays the same. It's the same with the tail of the G. you know the tail stays the same, but the body can grow. You know? Isn't it the same with the C? Let's look. Yes, it's exactly the same. With the C, here, there is actually a hidden loop somewhere that you don't see because it's too small. So, you don't have space to see the loop. But actually, yes, it is there. And here, because it's bigger, the loop expands. It takes some oxygen. Voilà. Yes, similar. This is totally right. Yeah, PQ. Also here, I don't agree. Why is there two, like, this is not how I learned it. This is only for the O. Voilà, the piglet tail, the pigtail here is okay for the O, because it's like the little O, right? With a little pigtail. But the Q is not supposed to have a pigtail. I mean, the tail of the Q is here because it's closer to the ground. It's like the Q is a dirty animal. So the tail is closer to the ground. It shouldn't have that. Like, this is the pigtail of the O. No. What do you think about the D? Because it's the O with the Q. The D, where is the D? The D, because it's the O with the Q. Yeah, like, I know that Q looks like O, but it's not the Q. It's not the O. It seems like, no. I reject. I reject. Capital cursive letter rejected. No, this is not how you do it. Like, I would do the O. I would do the Q just like whoop, like this, like a big ball without a tail, and then, or maybe a whoop and then the tail. Like at the end, Q and then tail. But I don't do like whoop blah, and then, no. Come on. Please, French cursive, don't tell me that you put Ah, yes, or I would do it like this. You're right, but then it's not a tail. It's just the shell of the egg of the Q that is peeling a little bit. That's not a tail, you know? That's not weird. Like here. I'm going to read a little and then sleep stay good. Yeah, okay. See you, Gonzalo. You know? And the D, bon, the D, I have no idea. Why is the D like that? Also because like it makes no sense, right? Like the D, why is the D changing the side of his belly? I don't know. Because yeah, it's a male. D is a male, okay? Why would you have like a small belly when he's young and a big belly in the front that switched when he's old? I don't know. It turned around, yeah. But why would getting older and fatter make you turn around? You know? Why? Maybe when he was younger, he was like a bottom. So he put his body on on the rear, and when he's older, he becomes the top because he's older and he's a true daddy now. And so he puts his belly on the front. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with theories, yeah. You see, jokes on you, the little micro loop is actually a ZD. Oh, really? Wait. Oh, you're right. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. Wait a minute. No way. So this part is actually this? This part is actually this part? Like the full D is actually this part, you mean? Or which micro loop? Wait a minute. Ah, no, this micro loop, you mean? Wait. Is this micro loop getting so big that it becomes this part? No, the one with the capital D. The micro loop is actually the D. Yeah, so this micro yeah, so the capital D, right? This micro loop, you mean? Is this a micro loop, or I guess this is the micro loop here, right? And so this is actually the origin, this is the small d, right? This micro loop is actually the body of the small d. Do we agree? This is the same as this. It's more like alpha. Ah, I mean, yeah. But then when does this big, this big belly and the Trump like haircut comes from? You know? There is so many things in cursive letters when you think about it. You know, if there was one letters that would have the haircut closest to Donald Trump, I think it would be D. Just because it has, like the, I don't know, you know, it has the, it's like when Trump, you know, with the, I don't know, the hair like this, in the caricatures, feels like D. So does it mean that to come from the small d to the big D, you would do like this, right? It would transform like this, like you do. So is this an extension? Maybe? He's grown his D, contrary to G, which does not grow, it's stale. What about the B? Let's look at the B. Oh yeah, the B. I have no idea about the B. The B is weird to me. The B looks like a little snail, you know? It's because I'm French, so I think about snail a lot. Snails a lot, you know? It looks like a snail to me, you know? But with a very vertical shell, you know? And this is the head of the snail, and this is the shell. You know? And maybe the bee advances like this. But how it becomes the big bee like this, I have no idea. I guess the loop has something to do with this. The I would like to know, how do you go from B to big B to small B, small snail B to big B? I don't know. How do you do that? Because like the curves are not at all at the same places, you know? B, like how? Da. Ah no, fuck. Oh. Wait, why can't I find? God damn it. History. Where is the history? Oh, he's bugged. Great. By the way, I'm running his phone right now. What do you think about that? Mais it's not. Ah voilà. Ah, ah, the B. Yeah, and the A too, I don't know. I'm running this font right now. Oh damn. Deutsche Kurrenschrift. Let me check. Let me. Current is an old form of handwriting. Oh yeah, based on late medieval cursive. It's pretty cool. They said it was fast. Very nice. I mean, to be fair, even if it's not fast, I think it's pretty cool, you know? The old like German writing was very nice. Very like, stylistic. Very similar to I mean in not in form but in coolness to the old, like the old French like 16th, 17th century very wavy cursive you know letters. It's also pretty cool, and the same, the German styles are also very nice because it's very there is a very typical style that is cool to see, that's very how do you say that has a lot of character. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Current and a Latin cursive in parallel. late medieval cursive writing, Schrift, Dutch script, and German cursive, yeah, over the history of its use into the first part of the 20th century. Many individual letters acquired very far. German writers use both cursive style, current and native cursive in parallel. Location, contents, and context of the text determine which script style to use. Sutherland is a modern script based on current. It is characterized by simplified letters and vertical strokes. Was developed in 1911 and taught in all German schools and primary. Script from 1950 until the beginning of 1941. It was replaced with Dutch normal script, normal German handwriting, which is sometimes referred to as Latin writing. Mhm. Wait, so like in primary school, did you learn like did your teachers teach you cursive, but you learned print on your own? Or did they teach you print and then now you're learning cursive? Like, was replaced because what is normal Dutch? Did you learn Dutch normal script at some point? Normal script at some point? Yeah, because this is cursive, no? We learned to write basic letters and then handwriting. Oh, so you learned in primary school uh print, right? You did not learn cursive before now, right? Deutsche was the simplified isn't choose them. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah. So I guess it's an historic recount. Okay. Yeah. So you were taught in school in primary school when you learned to write, right? Like you were taught print writing, right? Yeah, it's funny. It's like technically I was taught cursive but never used it. I guess because I remember I guess well I'm not sure actually. No, I guess it was after like in first year of primary school everyone was mandatory to learn cursive, and then I think in the years after like I was shocked to learn that some teachers didn't care if we wrote in cursive or print, right? In the years after. So I guess it was this kind of school, this kind of teacher, right? Like they didn't care which cursive or print you were writing in, as long as you wrote letters, right? Technically, nowadays you have very factor sugar. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. So the capital letters are a bit simplified compared to full cursive. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's pretty. Okay, it's the R's are not the same as what I thought. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of similarity. So if that's what you is that what you no. You never wrote that, but I guess that's what is taught is teached. It's taught in schools, right? A lot of time. Maybe you just learned with print directly because I guess why not? Yeah, okay. It's funny, it's a mix. Like the R, for example, is very print-like, but the rest, like the X is very print-like, the Y, the Z, the J, the P is very cursive. Okay. Oh wait, it was developed, tested, no, no, no. The letters have been simplified and the shapes approximated the block letters in 10 of the 16 German federal states. Ah, yeah, and I guess in each state you have different policies or whatever. I guess. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because yeah, it's way more decentralized than in France. It's available for schools to choose from among other cursives. Ah, yeah. The difficulties in learning the Latin script developed from the Dutch normal script prompt, prompted the development of a standardized cursive, the Vereinfachte Ausgangsschrift, was intended to correct inconsistencies in the Latin source script and to develop a script that was easier to learn. How do you pronounce that? Schrift. Yeah, okay. Vereinfachte Fachte A Ausgangsschrift. Schrift, yeah. Vereinfachte Ausgangsschrift. Okay. So the Vereinfachte Ausgangsschrift was developed to correct inconsistencies in the Latin source script and to develop a script that was easier to learn. Yeah. Maybe maybe they did the same in France recently. I don't remember. Probably. I've I've heard of something like this. The Vereinfachte Ausgangsschrift is primarily based on the Latin, lateinische, lateinische Ausgangsschrift. Lateinische Ausgangsschrift. And is also based on the Druckschrift. Druckschrift? I'm going to learn German now. I'm almost fluent in German. Druckschrift. Druckschrift development attention should be paid to a consistent and logical flow of writing. The analogy to the printed text, a light motor implementation, and the avoidance of unnecessary decorative elements. Mhm. VAS. Latinische in the Vereinfachte Ausgangsschrift. Almost all lowercase letters begin and end on the upper center line. Yeah. May when you write, you don't care about that though, right? Like you just go on with your day. It is very important for the flow of writing since the termination point of each letter is always the starting point for the next one. Well, as long as you don't raise the pen, like, and you write in cursive, it should be like that for all letters, no? Connecting the letters is considered to be easier in practice, but more difficult to learn because there are four different options. Like, I understand that when you look at this like this, it's different. But when you are actually writing it, like, there is no difference. When you actually write it, like, especially as a child, right? Like, come on. When you learn to write. And I think this one is cool too, like the little, especially like, I guess for the capital letters, it's okay to have decorations because, come on, it's the capital letters, like, they need to, bam, it's like, okay, dude, here's my capital letters, okay? You want to see my capital letters? Here it is. Here it is, motherfucker. Hopla. You know? It feels good. Like, when you start a sentence with a cool, curvy capital letters, you're like, oh, damn, I'm going to destroy this sentence. You're like, like when you start with the L, you're like, okay, let's go, guys. Let's go. Here we go. We're going to destroy that sentence. You know? Do you use capital letters in the middle of sentence in French? Only for like proper nouns and like institutions, like, even though I guess I would like, the more I wrote, I think as I got older, the true, like, beautiful curvy uh capital letters, I would only write them properly at the beginning of the sentences, or for proper names, but for, like, if in an essay I would talk about the UN, or like an institution or something, I would usually use the print form of the capital letters, just because it's weird to have like acronyms with cursive capital cursive letters. Proper noun. Yeah, because in French there is a distinction between common nouns, which are like, a table, a phone. In French, it's called common noun, and you do not put capital letters on those. And the proper nouns in French is like somebody's first name, last name, the name of an institution, like uh, the United Nations. If you would write it in French, you would put, a capital U and a capital N. If if you say, yeah, Monsieur X Y Z, you would say, yeah, you would put you would capitalize the first letter of the first name, last name. Yeah, but I guess, yeah, it's different in German, right? Like, you have other rules for capitalization than in French, and I don't know about those rules. So you tell me, what do you do? But yeah, but I guess, the what I would think is like more readable is just having the proper capitalized cursive letters only when there is a small cursive letters after. if there is like several capitalized letters one after the other for an acronym, or some style effect like ha 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 or whatever. Usually I would use the capital print letters, yeah. And at the start of a sentence, like nouns, and at the start, like nouns. Wait, you're talking about what here? In German? At the start of a sentence and names. So yeah, it's the same for you? You mean? It's the same in German? Like all nouns. What do you call nouns? Because for me, with my French background, a noun can be both a common noun or a proper noun. you know? What are nouns in German? Is it like institutions or persons? Like everything with an article before it. Like a table is a noun in German? An article. Yes. And so you would capitalize the word table in German, you would capitalize it? Unit. Exactly. Oh yeah, wow. Oh damn. I didn't know about this. Wow. Il y a 4 pieds. Oh damn. Oh yeah, so there's way more like capital letters in German. Damn. Oh yeah, wow. You put oh yeah, whoa. I'm shocked. I didn't know there were so many capital letters. My worldview is completely different now. I don't see the world the same way than now that I know this information. Damn, that's crazy. You see, in French, we don't do that because we go from the principle that objects are like sub beings, basically, and that humans are the superior being. So uh, you know, German puts me on, yeah, on the same. I am, so in a way you are more universal. you know we are race in French, we are racist against objects. I'm back. Sorry, wasn't here for a minute. Okay, no, I was explaining to your ghost here that in French we are racist against objects because we don't capitalize them. We only capitalize humans and institutions. Whereas in German, I just discovered here that you capitalize everything, and so my worldview is completely changed. You know, like, wow, I'm completely shocked and flabbergasted by this news, Yannick. I didn't know that you would capitalize every noun. Wow, you know, that's wonderful. So yeah, we don't. So yeah, in French, the objects are called common names, and we despise them, so we don't capitalize them. And the humans and the institutions, you know, we capitalize, and you also capitalize them. Interesting. Crazy, right? But it gets a bit annoying after a while. Oh, really? Uh, 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 and how do you do like this? Oh, I mean, I guess proper. You would write it like this, right? On appelle cette à institution l'ONU. Ah, UN, yeah, okay. I guess sometimes you also write it like this, yeah. UN. Ah, yeah, it's funny. Un chien qui a un os. Ah, yeah. Il l'enterre dans le jardin. Garden. Ah, ouais. Oh, and you know, now that I know this, it changes everything because before I did not understand German, but I was just thinking that there was so many humans that you were talking about in your text, you know? Like I would think that there was some guy that was called Hund, that there was some guy that was called Knoken and Garten, you know, like damn, there's many people in Germany, you know. They talk about people all the time. But no, like abbreviations are only capitalized if the word you're abbreviating is also capitalized. Okay. You know, like maybe there is, you know, I thought there was Mr. Stich and Mr. Bienen and Mr. Vereinten Nationen. But no, actually, it's just all the nouns. Wow. You know, I would go to sleep a bit smarter tonight because now I know how German works. Very nice. Now let's see. What did he do? What did he do? What did Opus did? Wow. That's kind of sucks. What the fuck is that? And he just stops. Come on, Opus, really? Oh, you suck. Really, Opus? Do I need to rebuild or something? Like, is it that bad for real? Where's my limit at? 35. Oh, come on. Bon, attends. Look for cool hero visuals online and adapt them to this landing. Add 3 new tabs with what you found. Also, I hate that Cloud Code doesn't show you the percentage of context that you have left. Anthropic really wants your money. Huh? Like, if there's one AI company that wants your money really, really bad, it's Anthropic. Maybe I can find some myself. With pen. Hero visual. Um, okay. Hero visual. Yeah, now it's cool. Yeah. Mm. Where did like I saw some cool demos with like cool backgrounds and stuff. But was it all like retrieved video or something? What is this? I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool, but it's not actually that good looking. Hello, hello, nous sommes l'équipe GSAP. Or maybe I need to tell it like do something with GSAP. Oh, six. Press up to edit queue. I just want you to not ask me anything. Just do. Maybe on Behance. 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 Hero visual. Hmm. I've seen a bunch of sites like with this like kind of design. I mean, it could be cool. It could be cool. a little 3D render, a simple 3D render, something like this. This is very easy to do in 3D, I guess. Um, it's been so long that I've done this. Maybe I can generate some code to do that actually. Mm, it's all full of 3D renders. I mean, I know how to design and render something in 3D, so maybe I should just use this skill to my advantage instead of relying on pure CSS stuff. Maybe there's some way to even do that with OpenGL or whatever. Do something cool with like an asset. Talking about 3D render, have you thought about making new textures? Ooh, I have thought about it, but recently because what did I do recently that made me think about that? Oh yeah, I was like ordering my old files in my Google Drive, and I stumbled upon my old, 3D texture stuff, and yeah, I realized that now that I'm on Linux, it's going to be harder, not impossible, but harder to use Substance Designer, you know. And I'm wondering also if there's some new tools, software that I've not even heard of to do 3D textures now. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of like AI stuff, but the AI stuff is not dynamic and smart. But yeah, I mean, even though in Linux, even in Omarchi, there is a Windows VM. So if I need to use something specifically Windows, I can still do it. It's just that it's a bit annoying because Substance can take a lot of RAM and stuff like that sometimes. So bon, it's not ideal. But yeah, I've been thinking about, and I guess if I need to do something in 3D now, it would be better for me to just do it in Blender, you know? It's just that I'm not sure if on Blender there is as much texture creation possibilities as with Substance Designer. I know that now on Blender you can do a lot of like geom procedural geometry, quite similar to Houdini. Houdini, which is a software that I've used, that is used a lot for special effects, but that is also very cool because it's a fully procedural procedural software that's been out for like since like the 2000s or maybe the 90s or something. Like it's a very old software, and from the start they made it a fully procedural node-based procedural engine. You know, if you look at all the other so what a Houdini project looks like, it's entirely like this. You have the viewport on on the left, on the right, or whatever, and you have all the nodes. And in Houdini, you have like 30 years worth of nodes, and so the procedural system in Houdini is the best there is, because you can do anything, and everything is non-destructive, and so this is great to do like 3D assets, and variations of 3D assets or whatever. And you can also, but they also have a texture aspect of it, but it's not as nice as Substance. That's why I use Substance. but now Blender has implemented a lot of at least the procedural geometry that Houdini was very famous at. Now Blender also has it, and they like focused on it for the last few releases. So now Blender is pretty good at that now, similar to Houdini. Um, I'm wondering how is the Blender. I'm wondering how is the Blender procedural texturing workflow. How is the Blender procedural texturing workflow in as of Blender 5.0? Let's say even 5.1. Now, compared to Substance Designer and such, I learned that they added a lot of procedural geometry heavily inspired from Houdini. How is the textures proceduralism going lately? Need to search online. Please search online. Please search online. Ah, well. Because Substance is a very good software, but it's closed source, of course. It's very good, but it's closed. And yeah, I guess the Blender team, to an extent, like likes to focus on certain feature sets, you know, that Blenders lack compared to other players, like in industry standard players. So I know in the last like 3 years or so, they heavily focused on the proceduralism in Blender to make it more similar to Houdini, basically. And they tried to like heavily work on that to the point where now what especially the most common nodes in Houdini that everybody is using to create an asset or a 3D asset or something, uh, you can pretty much do all of that in Blender now. Well, I guess Houdini is also a not only for geometry, it's also a simulation. Like in Houdini, you can do everything. You can do like crowd sim, smoke sim, fire sim. You can create like landscapes, fluid sim. Like you can do anything in Houdini. That's why it's so expensive and so hard to master. Well, I guess in Blender you can't do all of that, but I think at least in Blender now you can do like with 20% of the nodes you can now do 80% of what most people do in Houdini, which is pretty nice. I'm wondering about the texturing, how it's going on there. Blender 5.1 is good at procedural material, but it is still not a real Substance Designer equivalent. Blender's material workflow is centered on shader nodes with built-in procedural texture nodes and coordinate geometry setup. And recent releases added useful texturing adjacent capabilities such as radial tiling, okay, and a new shader raycast node for scene aware and APR style effect that makes the Blender strong when the material is tightly tied to the object. Mm. Yeah, but the nice thing about Substance is that you can export the textures to other software very easily. And that's typically what Houdini lacked. Like Houdini also has a procedural texture workflow, but it's usually made to work within the software itself. It's not made to export to other software like Substances, because Substance only does the textures. And so it's made to be very good at this very specific step that is material creating that you will use in some other software. Uh, Adobe describes it a node graph app for generating textures from procedural patterns. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that's what's interesting about substances of the noises and stuff. So compared to the very visible Houdini-like rise of geometry nodes, procedural texturing in Blender looks more like steady progress than a revolution. Blender's own 2026 dev discussions are still talking about lending a texture cache and focusing on texture painting and baking. Oh yeah, so they're not even at the texture painting step. Okay. Yeah, so they're still pretty early into the texture workflow. But at the same time, texture designing and texture painting is two different things, because in Substance, you have Substance Designer for creating the material, and you have Substance Painter to apply the material into on an object, and this is two different software. So, bon, I guess it's, but yeah, they still don't have the full workflow. Even framing a core question is, how do we make texture nodes useful? Oh, wow. Okay, that strongly suggests this area is active, but not yet as at the same maturity level as a Blender's procedural geometry stack, and not yet as designer's specialization level. Like practical read, 5.1 wins for look dev inside Blender. Stylized NPR material and motion graphics shaders, geometry driven mask in cases where you want one integrated DCC workflow. System designer still waits for building reusable, export oriented, yeah, highly parameterized, yeah. PBR material libraries and production texture graphs. One line verdict. It's really useful, but it does not have the same leap that the geometry nodes had. Substance designer is still the more mature dedicated tool. No parameterizable material. In Blender, not export oriented. Like, I know that in Houdini, the textures you make are not at all made for export compared to Substance. Is it the same for Blender right now? Oh, it's always stuck at asking me something. God damn it. How did you change that on? Create permission. And yeah, so right now, textures. Well, I guess right now I want more to like create open source tools, and like create some public repos, open source stuff, just in case something is useful to people, like, well, the same way I've done my apps, right? Yeah. I've always thought about like, mm, but yeah, I always have this, this mind process that is very similar to what you told me about, about your interest, that you change interest often, for like 2 weeks and then you stop. And I also I have this happening to me with the 3D stuff, you know and I think I'm like, okay, it would, and I think I would enjoy switching back to 3D to an extent. But I always think to myself, like, yeah, but are you? Do you really want to do that as your main activity? Is it worth it going back to 3D like this? I'm not sure. Uh, what do you want to work on? And I don't know. I mean, I guess coding is pretty cool. Making apps. I guess I would be happy doing this. I guess in the next few months, I will probably try doing some freelance for like coding. I would try at least. I'm not sure if it will work also. Yeah, I would try. Maybe I can have a more real experience. So, you know, what is a real freelance programming workload? Because right now I'm mostly trying to ship apps for, to build stuff that people use, that non-programmers use. But it's not working very well. Um, it's not something that like going to, well, yeah. I guess I could push Zenkan a bit more, but I would need to like refactor some things in Zenkan, and well, and I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure about anything. It's always hard to know. But I'm not sure if you're still there. So if I'm talking to nobody or not. Does not cool. For cross-app deployment, expose parameters, information dynamic material for let's say tweakable. Let's stay tweakable in the apps. Yeah, dynamic. Yeah. So on the export oriented question, Blender, it feels much closer to procedural for Blender data. Be fine. The Blender, you can make strong procedurals. Yeah. Still searching. Whoa. 75%. 9 minutes? It's stuck, huh? It's stuck. Like, it's just stuck. It does that sometimes. Permissions. I need to do like load dangerously sleep permission. Yeah. Okay. You got interrupted. Continue. Use JSA. I guess there's good stuff with this. Feedback. 90%. Wow. I mean, is it even worth it to pay for Anthropic at this point, you know? $20 and I can just use like three prompts, three opus prompts, and then I'm done. Like, maybe just Codex plus Gemini is good enough. Huh? Especially since there's so many, like, well, I guess the bundle stuff with Google is a bit. And Gemini is good. It's just that Gemini is a bit weird and unstable. That's the problem with Gemini. It's a bit unstable, and that's why it should not be our main driver, I guess. But look at this. I just do like two like one refactor of a landing page, which is not the most complex things to refactor, and then one web search. No, two web search based like to create alternatives to a visual. And I'm already at 100% of my 5 hour session. How do you want this to be like attractive to devs? I think I would be better off having codecs as my main driver, then as a secondary like cross-checker model that is not codecs, just to find the bugs or whatever. Maybe Gemini 3.1 Pro that is generally good, even though it can be bad sometimes. And then maybe if I want to test something with Opus, just because the other two failed or whatever, I use open code. I pay for the API pricing or something. Because here, like, oh, Anthropic stuff is crazy. Huh? For the same $20, you have 5 or probably 10 times more tokens than Codex, with Codex than with Anthropic. Crazy stuff. Thinking with high effort. How many are we now? Alright, $1. Anthropic is too expensive. And you don't get any goodies, right? You don't get any image generation capability. You don't get all the storage that Google gives you. Like, it's just plain expensive. No wonder they are profitable, you know? No wonder Anthropic is profitable. Their tokens are so goddamn expensive. Yeah, like for your Oh, finally. How many dollars did load the gold digger took me? Three $3, $2, $2 or $3 in usage base above my 100%. God damn it. And it's just for 3 fucking prompts. This model, wow, it's crazy stuff. Mm. Oh, I like this one better. The signal line. Oh, yes. The signal line. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Signal line. Yes, everyone's hearing. Yeah, but of course now I will have to fucking change the models because I'm out of Claude tokens. So I'm gonna go to Gemini now. Hey, I'm wondering if I'm not canceling this fucking Claude subscription. I'm fed up with Claude. I'm fucking fed up. Load motherfucker, you're too expensive. You're just too fucking expensive. Cancel. Ah, April 5th. Okay. Another AI products. I encountered rate limits too frequently. Yeah, I encountered rate limits too frequently. I'm taking a code another feature, potential below quality. Yeah, no, I would have kept Anthropic a Claude if it was just 3 opus prompt and 100% plus $2 usage base. Come on. Maxed out. For something not that crazy and 100% results in up. Cancel. I canceled my code. I'm fed up with this bullshit. I paid for 3 months since January. Since January, I was in code. Now I'm fed up. It's funny because last month I intended to cancel the ChatGPT plan, but it turns out that with OpenClaw and OpenCode, OpenAI like did so much stuff positive for the open source people and the open source tools that now I'm a codex guy now. And maybe Gemini is going to get my money to continue. Oh, Gemini, Gemini, my dear Gemini, I need you to analyze the landing page, the style, and take the animation in the tab, the hero visual tab F flow, and transform the hero and no and take this visual and put it in a liberated non-enclosed form to replace the current tabs of visual hero candidates. I want this visual that you can slightly remaster, but, but not too much, to be like a mix between a background animation and an actual, hero visual on the side. I need this to be lively, I don't know, to be not constrained to a container box, but to live on the page next to the hero title. Go on. Go on, Gemini. Now go. Construct your grand visual visions with your magnificent visual front-end skills that allow you to make SVGs of pelicans riding bicycles. Go on, Gemini. Is anybody watching? Because it's midnight. Is anybody here? Yannick, are you here? Because I talked a lot about the texture stuff, but I'm not sure if you heard because you didn't respond when I asked you. Were you there? And if nobody is there, I guess I'm going to leave. You know? Come on, Jimin. Come on, Jimin. Yeah. Is Gemini actually like doing things, or is it just thinking about doing things? It looks like it's thinking about doing things. I don't know if you saw, but Gemini's like, I don't know. Gemini's thinking chains are so weird sometimes. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? He's happy. I know. There's a regex error. He's not happy. I thought he was happy there, but no. He's not happy. This is a regex error. A regex parse error. Sad. It's funny if you think about it, huh? How like Anthropic got they really struck gold with Cloud Code during all last year, and then beginning of 2026, they really felt it. Really felt like they just wanted to, shoot at their own customers for some reason when they dare venture out of the walled garden of Anthropic, What a bunch of like stupid people. Like, and I'm sure behind the scenes it's all about they did that just for philosophical AI safety reasons. Like, and that's why Anthropic is such a closed source company. They don't do anything in open source because they think that open source with AI is dangerous. So they would rather everything they do be closed source with everything being in their nice little garden rather than yeah, pretty cool. Or rather than you know trying to care for people who wants to use their product inside their own open source tools. Like, how dare they? What you know? How can you like these people? Come on. In addition of being, pretentious, uh, despising philosophical fanatics about AI safety. In addition to that, they are predatory against their own customers. Like, don't make this shit up. Man. Okay, well, maybe I'm going to delete the containers with text in the front of the animation video. Uh, a calmer landing. Calmer landing. Where are the routes? No. Hmm? What? 90%. Yeah, 90%, two prompts. I guess if, yeah, 20%. Yeah, so it's roughly like 20, it's roughly 5 times more usage than Cloud Code on the $20 plan. Yeah, so both Codex and Google for the soda model gives roughly 5 times more. Yeah. Um, I need some variety in the layout of these animations. Create some testing tab to make, make it easier to what they look like. Okay. Create 3 variations with different uh, positions, size, animation speed, colors, etc. Think with is so that it feels game and is I'm not sure if it's going to work, but what are let's try. They don't give you the context window. Context? No. I don't know, 95. Okay. Oh no, wait. 95, 91? No, it's the context, I guess. Yeah. Uh, Hello, Kim Chunyagi. How are you? I hope you enjoyed my vibe coding content. Oh, and I also don't. Mm. How are you, Kim Chunyagi? I'm waiting on Gemini to code some things. How are you? How are you? Do you code? Do you code Kim Chunyagi? Kim. I guess it's Kim Chunagi. Chunagi. You code? You code? Are you vibe coding? I'm good. Yeah, I code. What do you code? What language and what application? Okay. Mm, that's true. Okay, better maybe. Python, mostly machine learning stuff. Ah, very nice. Like machine learning stuff, like OG machine learning stuff, like PyTorch and stuff like that. PyTorch, TensorFlow, all that kind of stuff. Used to work at iHerb, if you ever heard of it. It makes me think of, like, I've heard, I guess I heard of it, but I'm not sure. What is it? Ah, okay. I know I didn't know. I didn't know iHerb. Oh, okay. Documents. Is it like the correct brand, right? Because it makes me think about something else, but I'm not sure. I guess it's this, right? Yeah, okay. If you ever heard yeah, PyTorch. Okay, nice. Yeah. I'm mostly doing web dev nowadays. Python, JavaScript, Svelte, usually. That's what I'm coding right now. I'm coding like little websites. I'm trying to do I'm trying to find a nice hero visual here. V3, it's V3. And spread out the lines more vertically so that they don't overlap each other, but don't move their exposition. Uh, Nice. What sort of websites? Right now I'm doing a little like open source kind of project, even though it's not like a tool, it would be a website, but it's a little bit outside of the Overton window, it's like something a bit weird, but it's basically a website to give access, so to give people who are interested in psychic practices, so stuff like, I don't know if you are aware, but stuff like remote viewing, dowsing, all the psychic stuff that people might encounter. I want to give access to those people statistical tools, basically, to analyze their own performances and to, come down to earth, basically, if they are a bit delusional, or if the practice is real, maybe discover some crazy, some crazy faculties or something, that I think might be possible in some cases, not a lot, but some cases. So I'm doing that, and it will be for it will be like a free website, And I wanted to do this for a while because I'm very into remote viewing, uh, especially since the latest like UFO hearings in Congress. I was like, what the fuck? This is real. So yeah, I'm interested in that, and I'm doing this for the good of, you know, those people, I guess, because there's not enough open source in the world. There's not. Yeah, I've tried remote viewing. Yeah, very nice. Didn't work for me. Yeah, I mean, usually, it's what most of the old, like, Stargate program guys say is that you need to. I mean, most people. So, like, some people are gifted; they do it easily, one shot. But for most people, you still can develop a skill. It's just that it takes many years. So, of course, you need sustained training. Um, and it takes some time and energy, and of course you might not want to give all that time and energy to this specific thing, right? Activity, which is except if you want to make that your life. I guess it's not worth it for most people. um yeah. So yeah, like, yeah, a lot of the former Stargate program guys say that basically everybody can be trained at least to a level that goes outside of the real luck, right? Like real randomness. Uh, but yeah, the best remote viewers are far in between, and it's pretty rare to have somebody who can really uh, identify a target like every time, or 90% of the time or something. It's pretty rare. Mm. I have some news. I'm almost employed again. Oh, really? What happened? Tell me. And yeah, so remote viewing, there's a lot of actual research, like parapsychological research with remote viewing. I think in the entire area of like um, parapsychology, remote viewing might be probably the most like solid, like area where there's the most serious people, I guess, on average, who are serious about this compared to the rest. Um, so basically, I want to take inspiration because like the remote viewers usually they take their stats quite seriously, and I kind of like that. So I would like to share the probabilities and the stats with everyone that might do some other you know testable kind of area, right? Whether it's telepathy, precognition, psychokinesis, or whatever, like how to craft statistically significant experiences to test if you might have some powers, some psychic powers, right? I think it's interesting, and I think it's the one thing that is not out there, right? Like, because a lot of the knowledge around all these areas are gated, paywalled behind like $3,000 courses or whatever that you need to take to have access to a teacher. And half of the time, I feel like the teachers are just yapping about their own history and their own career and not actually giving you a lot of, you know, useful information to train yourself. Uh, or something that you could just do yourself at home, like. And I think it's just unfair that there's not these tooling to test psychic skills in the open, and in programming, everything, almost everything is open source nowadays. Um, and I want to bring this culture of open sourcing stuff and information to this very specific niche world that I somehow know a bit about, and I know also that unfortunately, apart from the cryptid wikis or whatever, there's not much information about the methods, apart from all those guys doing some podcasts and saying, "Oh yeah, I saw an alien on the moon when I remote viewed the moon or whatever." Yeah, okay, nice, but like how? How do you do that? And usually the how is you have to pay for their fucking courses. That's annoying to me. Like especially in the psychic area. Like to me, if there's one area that should be open and open source, it's this one. Like, and it's not for some reason. It's all about paid courses. God damn it, that's annoying me. Someone sent my CV and I'm waiting now. Oh, very nice. Someone sent your CV, like someone sent the resume to a company that he's inside or something that he knows about. That's pretty cool. The biggest psychic success I had was when I was fortune telling with Pokemon cards. I pulled a metal bird Pokemon from their pack and predicted they would be taking a flight soon. And it turns out they had already booked the ticket. Oh wow. The UAP community also does a lot of remote viewing practices. Yes, yes. I mean, I'm pretty deep into UAP stuff too. I mean, I went to remote viewing through the UAP stuff, the UAP topic. I discovered like in 2023 the UAP subject. I mean that the UAP subject was real because I randomly stumbled upon the UAP, the first UAP hearing, like the first serious UAP hearing, because I guess there was one in 2022, but to me the first real UAP hearing was with David Grush in 2023. And I randomly stumbled upon this UAP, this congressional hearing, in the House of Representatives or something, live while it was happening. YouTube recommended it to me randomly, and I watched, and I was like, "What the fuck? This thing is real? There are real people talking about this, like serious people in the U.S. Parliament? Like what the fuck? In the U.S. Congress? It's crazy stuff." And then I, followed the thread, and yeah, it led to the psychic stuff and remote viewing and other weird things too. But yeah, so now I'm trying to help I'm trying to gift something to this community of people that are aware about this subject, through what I can do, which is programming, like give them something to help them, you know yeah. I really like the interviews with David Fravor, yeah, and Ryan Gray. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, I mean, you're also you're in the club. You are in the club. You're in the club. You know, very nice. Yeah, David Fravor, Ryan Graves. They were both at the first congressional hearings with Grush, I think. The club. Yeah, I mean the UAP club. Voilà. He knows about this stuff. Voilà, he knows about Eric Davis. He knows about Jesse Mitchell's, I guess. I mean, there's two. Yeah, like the big, or at least maybe you watch one of these videos. I watch every videos that Jesse Mitchell's and Area 52 when they publish. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch this. Yeah, it's very interesting. All the witnesses, all the yeah, very interesting. Someone I know is an important member of the company, part of the hiring team. Ah, that's pretty good. Ah, yeah. So you have priority access. That's very nice, Nat. Very good news. Very good. Uh, maybe slightly. Okay. Alors, it's good though, so I'm gonna. Oula. Okay. No. Good. Let's just select the V3 as the main hero. Delete the other tab. And also randomize. Also scale down 20% and randomize slightly the x-axis of each animate. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to give back. I'm trying to help, I guess, in this area how I can. Because I don't want to become a UAP researcher or whatever. That's too. Well, there's enough people looking into that, and I think this is just annoying to just be like reporting on stuff that you don't have control over, you know. But I would like, for example, like if there was like a startup or you know on this subject, but even though I guess soon after starting the startup you might have some calls from the military intelligence services of all Western countries, I guess, or at least your West. If you live in the West, you will have some calls, you know, from your country's military intelligence, maybe. But you know, like if there was a path to try to explore this stuff, especially on the physics aspect of it, you know, this is so fascinating. The physics and the psychic aspect are both very interesting. I'm in a Discord called Sky 360 UAP tracking. Yes, I think I was. Maybe I left it because. But I was in this Discord at some point, yeah, which seems to have a lot of UAP oriented devs. Ah, yeah, yeah, very nice. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, actually. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, yeah. I know this Discord. I was once in this Discord. Well, it's just that at some point, yeah, okay, I saw the the videos, you know, like and I saw the videos, and also I don't have a garden, so I guess if I had a garden, I would have stayed in a Discord to try to gather the references of all the material, you know, to create a station. But yeah, I don't. I'm in an apartment, so I'm like, boom. So I left the Discord. But yeah, very interesting Discord. Hello, Cody. How are you? What's news today? Today there was a lot of news. Are you talking about like the news section, right? The tech news section? By the way, Jim Carrey was a clone after all. Yes, he did some Botox, you know, like a lot of old people in Hollywood, I guess. He filled his face with Botox, and then he got surprised that people didn't think that he was so beautiful and young now. Well, yeah. Randomize the x-axis position even more. Your main content is tech news nowadays, no? Well, in the first part of the stream, yes. But the second part, I just chill code. It's chill coding. First part of the stream, like the first 1-2 hours, usually, I do the tech news, and now so I have done the tech news, and second half or second part of the stream, I just chill. So I have done already the tech news. But so if you want, you can go into the VOD and see what happened. But yeah, I think the most interesting thing that changes a bit from the other kinds of news is the fact that like there's some uh, code open source licensing drama going on, because it turns out that a lot of, I mean, a lot, I guess not a lot right now, but there was a first case of somebody. It was like the main maintainer of a very well known Python library called Chardet, I don't know, for character detection in Python. That it turns out the core maintainer and the others also, but the main guy that has been working on this code base for the last 10 years or so, he decided, because the old code base of this library was all in GPL license, because the original creator of the project created this library under GPL, and GPL is a bit constraining in some aspects to people who wants to use it. And basically, the core maintainer of today wanted to migrate the code to an MIT license. Of course, he doesn't have the right to do that because the initial code was in GPL. So what he did, he shipped a new version of this library entirely rewritten by AI, and he did that in 5 days. And he made sure all the functionalities worked nicely, and it even became faster with the rewrite. And basically he shipped the new version, the like he went from the 6.0 to 7.0 with this new code base that was like I think 80% different from the original code base. And basically he legally argued that now we're good because the code base is entirely different from the original code base. This new code base is now under MIT license and not under GPL anymore. And of course, there was some drama because the original creator of the projects, which is not maintaining the projects anymore, but he came out of the woods saying, "Hey, by the way, this is illegal because I licensed this library when I created it under GPL, and so this is a modification, and so you don't have the right to put the code under MIT license now because this is just a modification." And the guy says, "No, actually, I have the right to change the license because this is a clean room re-implementation with AI of the library. So this is a different code base, so different license. Deal with it." So it was very funny. So it's very funny. And basically, what everything entails is that in the future, I mean, in the short future, soon, right now, actually, to circumvent the annoying licenses that people have put under, the different open source projects that exist in this world. Nowadays, people can just ask, an AI to recreate any software, any library from scratch and put an MIT license on it, and they're good. And basically now, yeah, it's probably going to happen more and more. And so, the code licenses are probably going to become less and less effective at enforcing anything, basically, because of, the ability to recreate anything from scratch with AI. What are we calling to interesting? It took over the name due. The question is if the license applies to the brand and such as well, not just the source code. Yeah, I mean, the brand is the same. Like literally, the library in this case is exactly the same as before. It's just it has a new version. Like no, I deleted. If you go on, voila, character, yeah, encoding the detector. It's not detection, character detection. Yeah, so voila, and he basically published the 7. It happened last week, so it's pretty recent. And yeah, so he just published a new release of the software, you know? The 6.0 was, yeah. And then voila, 7.0, ground up rewrite of Shardé. MIT license rewrite of Shardé, 7.0. Drop-in replacement for Shardé 5 and 6. Just way faster and more accurate. Same package name, same public API. MIT license. No. And basically, yeah, the the guy, voila, and you know, and the original maintainer came back and said, "Hey, hello, I'm Mark Pilgrim, the original creator of Shardé. You don't have the right to do that. Please revert the project to its original license." And the core maintainer said, "Sorry, but no, closed." Closed the issue. Oh wait, there's Armin Renachet that commented here. It's really cool. There is neither what the ruling said, huh? Google has merged. Okay, they're having a big conversation there. Yeah, you know. So and this is just a fundamentally legal argument, right? And I think what's going to happen is either Mark Pilgrim or maybe others are willing to go to court on this, or you know the core maintainer is just going to go forward with this. Yeah, now it's MIT license. And you know, just for context, like the guy didn't took over or something, right? Like Dan Blanchard is the main maintainer of of this library for like the last 10 years. It's just that I guess he's not a fan of GPL licenses. He wanted to switch to MIT. He couldn't. But with the rewrite, well, now he could, and so he did. I think you should make the original abandoned and point to a new name to cover the entire license conditions. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works. I mean, to be fair, I really don't know the legal aspects of this. Um, no, I guess I need to check the release or something. Can't we see the old states of the commits before the? How does that work? Like tags. Ah, voilà, 6.0. Can I see? No, I want to see the state of the repo. Ah, voilà, browse repository at this point. Yeah, license. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a big fucking license. Ah, yeah. Brand name. Is there any mention of the name? But I'm going to ask to my summarizer. Is this GPL license condition also no does this license conditions do these GPL license could also apply to the name of the library or only or is only the code uh protect like concern uh no involved. It's the same thing the US admin is doing. Uh, uh, it's already stolen to cover this point, the same way people buy repos app and pulverize malware. It's the same thing the US admin is doing. We can do whatever we want. If you think we don't, you need to spend the resources to fight this, and it's going to take a long time, and we already profited in the meantime. Yeah, kinda. But to be fair, like, you know, the original maintainer. Like basically, what happened is that all like most contributors of this library um, agreed to this change. Basically, like it's not just random Dan Blanchard that did that on his own. I think I'm not sure, but yeah, it would be weird to me. Alors, the GNU primarily, primarily apply to the code of the library, not its name. You are free to use the name of the library in your own projects or documentation without restriction, as long as you comply with the licensor regarding the code. The LGPL focuses on the distribution, modification, and use of the library's code, ensuring that derivative works or combined works adhere to its terms. The name of the library is not considered part of the copyrighted material subject to these restrictions. Yeah, so I guess he's in the clear, you know? He's in the clear. He's in the clear if you assess that legally speaking, this was not a, I mean, this was a clean room rewrite, which a judge might not rule that because like the guy is literally the maintainer. So I guess, you know, he knows the projects by heart. So it would be very easy for him to tell, you know, or to, you know, have on the left the real code base and on the right his prompt, and he's just not, you know, he's just very methodically stating the features, right? But it's not really a full. I mean, the room might be semi-clean because, of course, the LLMs are never clean because there are traces of the entire internet in the LLM. But of course, the it's a clear room maybe, but it's not a clear mind, right? Like the guy's memories of the entire code base is there, is dirty and not clean at all. So you know there can be an argument there too. So yeah. What do you mean they agree? Did they sign on the change? I don't know. I don't know. I think I said I saw. I don't know if it was like I saw somewhere. Ah no, maybe it was in the article of Simon Willitson, where he said like that it was like a collective something. Also, like the guy might have been just the only guy maintaining the library for a while. Huh? I'm not sure. I've heard somebody say that, but I'm not sure. And to be fair, well, I don't care that much, right? It's just that the drama is funny. Contributors and Blanchard, yeah, period. Oh, yeah. So basically, he's the main contributor. Yeah, and with Claude, I guess. Yeah. So the last commit, other than him, was in 2030, like from the guy. I know, 2022, 2021. 2012, 2014. Yeah, so basically he's the only guy taking care of this library, basically. Yeah. So I guess he decided alone because nobody cared. Yeah, mostly, probably. Yeah, I guess that's what happened. Like in the last 24, in the last 2 years. Yeah, it's just him and Claude. So yeah, he's the only maintainer of this library. Oh yeah, so it's funny. So this discussion here all the people here are not even maintainers or whatever, or maybe they contributed once like 10 years ago. So yeah, it's mostly like outsiders, except this guy who created the library. This is funny. Yeah. If this is true, I'd expect to be a revamp to open source licenses following up from this. To always include the branding extra, or like added an attached branding license to talk about the rest of the assets, like the name. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but like the problem is not even like this is one specific case where the guy that does the rewrite is actually turns out to be the maintainer. But like uh for example, Simon Willison, who is like well known on Twitter, at least for his blogs and stuff, his analysis, uh and him and Armin Renature also talked about this. The main impact is not mainly about like in this specific case the branding, whatever. The main impact is that now the licenses, the restrictive licenses will in the near future have way less impact on anything, because now anybody can rewrite with AI most software, whether it is open source or proprietary too, like now every software can, now that code is cheap and less time consuming and energetic as before, right? Where, because of course when writing code was very uh, full of friction, right? It asks, there was you needed a lot of time, a lot of expertise, a lot of energy to spend, to write a library. Now that this is lowering because of AI, yeah, there's less friction to write code. So yeah, the licenses are going to be more, I mean, very easily avoidable, basically, by these kinds of AI rewrite, copy. I mean, it's not copy paste. It's as long as the rewrite is from scratch. I guess there's an argument. But again, like the drama is just beginning because we don't have any court rulings yet, right? So, but I guess soon we will probably have. Some people will probably try to do that. Hmm? Because there's an issue of someone. I know some websites protect their logos and trademarks strictly. On some of them, post a previous core issue. OBS is an example. I don't want you to use the OBS name anywhere, including in plugins. Okay. Because they had an issue of someone reselling the free products. I see, with malware, I think. It just makes the cloning cheaper, but otherwise it's already existed. Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's already existed. It's just that now it's easier. So probably it's going to become more, ubiquitous, and yeah, people are going to like companies, especially, companies that, for example, stop themselves from using certain open source projects because of the license, the restrictive licenses. Now, well, yeah, they won't care as much because they can just re-implement it. The bigger friction, I think, is open source code contributions. Maintainers are all flooded and annoyed. Yeah, yeah. I mean, now I think we are probably going to go towards vetting, even though I guess it's a bit sad for the open source spirit, right? Where it before it was open to anyone. But like I don't know if you saw that, but there's the creator of Ghosty, Michel Hashimoto, I think. Twitter, this guy. He created he created something like he released an open source project, to he's tweeting too much. Wait, on Twitter actually. Mitchell, oh, on GitHub. GitHub. He released something to help people vet other contributors in open source projects because he himself is flooded with AI slop PRs and basically created something recently, well, a vouch to help people, to help open source maintainers maybe have, well, it's, I guess it's a proof of concept, right? But yeah, it's, I think it's an important signal to notice where the open source community like is going, right? Voilà. So vouch is a community trust management system. People must be vouched for before interacting with certain parts of the project. The exact parts are configurable to the project enforced. People can also be explicitly denounced to block them from interacting. Voilà. Voilà. Vouch list can also form a web of trust. You can configure vouch to other readers' project lists, vouch or denounce readers. Yeah. But I think there's been a few open source projects already that have closed the open contributions. Like now to contribute to those projects, you need to be vouched. You need to be vetted. You need to first contact the team, tell them who you are, reassure them with the fact that you're not going to send 1,000 Claude PRs, right? And then if people trust you, they might allow you to submit like one PR and then maybe a second PR. Yeah, and voilà. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be, needed because yeah. But in open everywhere though, right? Like now in open source, in science too, like, I've read some articles where now scientific institutions, scientific journals are now also receiving more and more AI slop scientific papers that and like in a lot of those scientific journals, the peer review process is voluntary. It's not paid. So yeah. I don't think that is the way. I think this is just a band-aid for something that broke. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just one way, for sure. I'm not, maybe GitHub will actually implement, I mean, I guess it's even more likely, right? That GitHub will probably implement some filtering system, right? What we need to fix is the process of intaking code contribution. Yeah. Which might be good for both humans and AI. Yeah, true. True, true. I mean, yeah, in the age of AI, yeah, text-based contributions are going to will have to change, right? Because we cannot trust now humans to actually, yeah, put the time and effort necessary to write something relevant. There can be an infinite amount of AI slop contributions now. Once an APR to an unapproved issue, showing clear before after. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Using more visualization to communicate changes. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Yes, some people have even, I've seen some people who are open to the AI contributions, but like I don't know, small projects or whatever. Some people are open to AI contributions, but maybe they will just increase the rules to accept an AI PR. For example, you will need to like always include the prompt, for example, that led to the PR or to the code changes, uh, alongside the actual code changes of the diff. Yeah. So yeah. there's different ways to. It used to be in some places a requirement for new testing again, or this might need to level up. Yeah, exactly. Update the procedure rules. Yeah, but it should be one that works for both humans and automations. Yeah, true. True, because like if you look at OpenClaw, for example, well, I guess the guy at OpenClaw is already heavily automatizing the PR scanning and whatever. So it might be interesting to see what this guy and the other maintainers that he's onboarding, what are their processes, because like they have, look how many issues there. 6,000 open, closed 10,000, and the project was created in like December 2025 or something. Like requests, 5,000 PR, 18,000 closed, 5,000 open. Like how do you filter this? How do you filter this? And like very probably 90% of those are AI made by OpenClaw bots themselves, right? But yeah, like you know, yeah. How do you manage that? How do you filter that? Well, to a point, I guess now that the creator has been hired by OpenAI, he has access to like unlimited AI, I guess. So he can actually analyze very deeply the impact of each PR, right? I hope. But yeah, he can't look himself at every one of them. Yeah, so now he's starting to have a lot of contributors though. There's always a thing between tiny projects and larger ones. When they grow, their process, starting with GitHub templates and automations and guys requirement. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess we just have to find those for the age of AI. Now that the contributors can both be humans and AI, or humans with AI, oftentimes. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the most of the. I mean, I guess that was the most interesting news that I reviewed. Let me check before leaving. Mhm. Mm. Last change in ID. Auto recording, is this more LLM testing or an actual project you're like? Yeah, it's a little project I wanted to do for a while. It's a little website. A little website. I'm working on the landing page right now. But yeah, I just want to make it, let it out, and it's not something to make money. It's just, you know, I don't know if you were there when we were talking about like the aliens and the psychic stuff. It's a website about that to give probabilities and stats to people doing psychic stuff, like remote viewing, dowsing, whatever. I just want to help them understand how stats work to either allow them to stop being delusional about what their powers or whatever, or if it works for good, make them, identify some real weird stuff happening, Mm. Mm, I need the moving dots to glow a bit and a brighter green. So yeah, because basically, every time I look into the psychic people, well, of course, there's a lot of crazy people, but even the people who wants to like try to learn some things or whatever, it's always behind paid courses, and that's annoying to me. I think it should all be free. I've been one day with some of the US posters, but probably only the end of it. Ah, okay. Yeah. So basically, it's related to the UFO stuff, the UAP stuff. But when you follow the thread, you end up with psychic stuff, remote viewing program of the CIA. You know that people know about that often heard of. I've heard of the CIA's Target program with remote viewers. Whoa. No. Can I undo? No. Rewind. Yeah, and so and that's annoys me that there is so little um free stuff. Everything is paid. That's annoying. I want to try to give some stuff for free, information for free, basically. And mostly stats and methodologies, to like make people, like I would like somebody who thinks that they want to learn, either they want to learn how to do this stuff, or who think that they can do it. I want them to come to this website and be like, okay, you want to test if you can do something like this? Well, here's the probability tools, and here's the kind of experiments that can give you a p-value under a statistically significant threshold, to help you understand if you truly have something that is out of the randomness, the natural randomness of things, or or if it's just you being delusional. That's my objective with this website. Well, I know it's a bit weird, but I don't care. I need to do that. Spread out vertically. How do you want snake oil salesmen to make money with free snake oil? They need to sell the snake oil for money. To an extent, yes. To an extent, I think this is what's happening. To an extent, I think this is also like, well, especially in the area that I know about, that I'm more well versed in, which is remote viewing. Uh, Maybe there is some, yeah, there are some people who are just delusional for sure, and I think in these areas more than in the average of society, lots of people are delusional, Like, unfortunately, these areas attract lots of psychologically unstable and very egocentric people. Um, so yeah, a lot of it is, yeah, just delusional people making money, how they can. A lot of it, for the real professionals or whatever, in the remote viewing, like for example, in the remote viewing sector, there's a lot of former uh, CIA psychics that have since created their own company, and they consult for companies, and so some with like crazy, they have a history of crazy accuracy. Joseph McMoneagle, for example, like was the remote viewer number one. He had like crazy skills. He had like a hit rate of like 95% or something, some crazy stuff. uh these guys are just old. It's like old people who don't like, they are not aware that, like, the internet and like how open source works. For them, everything, they are just old people doing old stuff. So that's why they publish books, they do courses or whatever. And to them, but also because it's been their life, right? So it's been their career. So in a way, they also rely on that to live. But um but yeah, like, come on, we are not at this era anymore. We are in the era of open source, and I think this, more than anything else, needs to be open source and not gated behind $3,000 courses or whatever, whether it's the delusional or the real professionals who have had real like structure inside the US military administration. Yeah, I think it's good enough. um, so yeah, I'm working on that. And then, yeah, I also need to work on some like open source tools. I want to do also two other open source tools. I want to do a system health checks, um, and slight stress test to scripts that I did for myself after I had my RAM problems, because like last week I had a lot of RAM problems. So I had to stress test my memory sticks, and I found that one was like outputting corrupted data. So I had to take it out. And basically, to ensure that my PC, which is quite old, so it's probably going to continue degrading with time. To notice what parts of my PC is degrading, I created a little script to analyze RAM, CPU, GPU, SSD, I/O networking. And basically, this little script does little like micro stress tests, like 60 seconds per test, checking different things, on the CPU, on the GPU, on the RAM, on the SSD, on the networking. And like, and you run the script, and after like 10-15 minutes, you have it does a report, and it tells you pass or fail or warn. And I think I'm going to open source that because it's pretty cool, and I guess it could be useful to people, you know. Because as soon as I started talking about my RAM problems with people, everybody's always say, I started to show on Twitter and also while talking with my friends. Oh yeah, that's what Linus Torvalds always talk about. He always talks about the fact that like every time he had some crazy bug while coding on Linux, it was always because um, one of his RAM sticks was corrupted. Uh, and so the bug was caused by the faulty RAM stick, and he encountered that several times in his career, I guess. And since then, he's always only he always wants a machine with ECC RAM, error correcting something like a RAM that is fault tolerant, basically, because he was so annoyed with the faulty RAM sticks that he got throughout his life. So I'm like, yeah. So you got the problem I got here. And I also saw on Twitter somebody says, oh yeah, like half of the time, some very hard, non-obvious bug happens. It's because of somebody's machine. Usually, it's not because of the library. It's because some guy's machine corrupt some random data, and once in a while there's this weird bug that nobody else has that happens, and there's a GitHub issue about it, and nobody knows what the hell's happening. And then like 3 months later, you if you ask the guy, he say, oh yeah, my machine, like I changed it because it froze all the time, and you're like, oh, okay. Or maybe the guy actually did a stress test and was like, "Oh yeah, my RAM stick was was faulty," And that's exactly what happened when before I started having my very weird uh, bad RAM stick problems, like Blender, or either when I was using Blender a lot, or when I was installing a package. Either my entire PC would crash and froze, or the SSD would turn read only. And then after investigation, it turns out that my faulty RAM stick corrupted some data, some metadata inside the file tree of my drive. And so every time I did a high intensive IO operation, the file system would encounter this corrupted metadata and switch into a fail-safe mode where it would turn read-only. And so I needed to reboot the entire PC. But of course, as the time went on, I guess the RAM stick corrupted more and more of this file system metadata, or whatever. And at the end, I could just open my PC, and as soon as I started opening any app, the PC would turn read on, would either freeze or turn read only. So yeah, at some point I understood that it was the RAM, but yeah. When I bought a RAM pair several months ago, one was bad, and the store people seemed to assume I'm wrong, but I wasn't, and they replaced them. Ah. Yeah, I mean, while having my RAM problem, I discovered that actually bad RAM sticks, bad RAM sticks are actually pretty common. Way more than bad CPUs or bad GPUs or bad SSDs. Like it seems that the faulty RAM sticks are like quite yeah. I did do the M86. Yeah, I did that too. Like basically after I took out I mean, I identified the faulty RAM stick with the mem86 plus yeah, test too. Um, and after I took out the wrong one, I let mine run for like 8 hours just to be 100% sure that the RAM that was left was okay. Didn't think it should be common. The numbers are still low, but it does sound like it happens too much recently. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and yeah, I didn't know about this. I just thought that RAM sticks were as solid as any other part of the PC, I guess. You know, but yeah, it's but like it's funny that it seems that Linus Torvalds really like hates regular RAM that is not ECC because he's had so many problems with them across his life, across his career. Like, so I guess to him at least it happened like more than once, right? Like maybe more than twice to have such a strong opinion on the matter, like so it's funny. And yeah, you never hear about it. I mean, not that much. I hear more about, like the connectors of the brand new GPUs melting or whatever. Well, I guess because also this was a big problem. But yeah, you hear more about these kinds of problems than the RAM sticks. ECC is like the entire computer needing change, CPU and B. Yeah, yeah, that's the problem with ECC. It's like 2.5 times the price for the combo at least. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, so maybe it's worth having like I think that even like I'm not going to buy ECC RAM for my next machine. What I'm going to do though is maybe once a month I'm going to run some stress tests, some light stress tests, just to identify anything wrong. Because like when I started testing my RAM last week, even while the OS is live, which like is not fully good for a good stress test, but when I just started the live OS stress test, like there was like error, errors are, like in the first 30 seconds of the test there was already like 5 errors. So I was like, oh damn, wow. And the crazy thing is that maybe this RAM stick has been there for like a few years. It's just that I never noticed, maybe because it randomly never corrupted something that was essential, like the fucking file system metadata. And it's only last week. I mean, I remember having some crashes and freezes from time to time, but not that often, right? Like once a month, twice a month, or something. But yeah, like last week, I couldn't do anything before the SSD turned read only, and I was like, what the fuck? And yeah, I guess a few days before, or maybe one day before I encountered this behavior, the RAM just randomly, by luck, right, corrupted the metadata, the file system itself, which is bad news, I think, for any system. And so yeah, that was the. So it's pretty random, and I guess you can like not notice that something is wrong with your RAM sticks until the essential part of your PC gets corrupted, right? Because otherwise, maybe everything else can be fault tolerant to an extent for a long time, except that one thing that when it happens, you're fucked. And I'm sure that like maybe if I had tested my RAM last year, right, I could have just identified the problem and take out the faulty RAM stick last year, right, or something, probably. But I didn't do these tests, so yeah, I just had a faulty RAM stick going around, randomly corrupting stuff. Most are even set up for just server cases. Yeah, I mean I understand for the servers, I guess the point, right, of the, because of course, especially if it's used for like you know very critical systems with lots of users or whatever. Yeah, I understand that you would need ECC, but like for a personal computer, I guess might be slightly overkill. Except if you are Linus Torvalds and you are working and you are pushing updates on the most used OS in the world. But okay, maybe he needs ECC, but for everybody else, well, Depends how bad the error is. I guess my OS couldn't work for more than 5 minutes or something, as I recall. Yeah, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was basically like that with me last week. So and that was very real weird to me because basically when I rebooted my PC and I just stayed still, or when I just opened like the terminal, it was read right. The SSD kept being read right, and as soon as I started doing something, it switched read only, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, it's just because during the I/O, the file system would encounter randomly the part of the metadata that was corrupted and turning into safe mode. Yeah. So yeah. But since I was building my own PC, I did want to run testing for everything. Didn't build one for over a decade. Yeah. I mean, now I'm going to run a health check on my PC, this machine and the next every month or so. Like I have set up a cron job to ask me every month to open a window. Hey, do the stress test. Once it's due, and I'm probably going to do that. Yeah, now forever. And I want to open source this script because it's very useful. ECCRAM, by the way, doesn't mean there aren't bad chips. It's that the errors could be ignored or recovered. Yeah, I'm guessing Linux will read the kernel message showing the memory did something possibly like a bad disk sector recovery. Would read the kernel message showing the memory did something possibly like a bad disk sector recovery. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's like a duplicate processing or something, when so it's like a RAID RAM. I don't know. Maybe something like this. Linus would read the kernel message with the ACC memory. It's something possibly like a bad disk sector recovery. Yeah. I assume there is some info accessible about it. Yeah, probably. 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 I'm wondering if he didn't talk about that in the Linus Tech Tips video that he did with Linus Torvalds, Linus Tech Tips, and maybe that's why people are talking about it on Twitter. That I saw that like the other day, just after my problem, I was like, "Whoa, the universe is telling me something." But I guess it's because like people have that in their mind because they saw the video. Maybe I'm not sure. Yeah. But it's too late now. I will leave. So I will wish you a good night, Cody, and good night also everyone that might be still listening to me in the background. See you, Kim. See you, Nat. See you. See you, everyone that is still there. Yep. See you.